let's go ahead. Get this underway in 3, 2, 1, go. Alright. So we got things set up here. This should be at the beginning of the encounter cycle. So that's probably pretty good. Cash, I actually do need money here. So let me clear out bottom of Mirage, which normally I wouldn't do with a party like this. But considering that we have so much to buy in terms of spells, I feel like it's a worthwhile use of our time. Did we get looped? Yes. I blame Dan for this. Dan told me that he had gotten the slab translated, and it turned out he had not. But it's okay. We eventually did manage to explain to Dr. Oon what we needed. Got all the requisite parts to go visit Lufania and have completed the slab translation quest. Hello, Chimeras. So you've got just a Zeus. It's okay, because Ice 2 is going to exploit their weakness and should do pretty good damage here. On the other hand, we're going to take a lot of damage from the Chimera's cremate attack until we've got more ribbons and other elemental resistance items. It is very, very tough to deal with all of the AoE spells that normally you guys kind of shrug off. Like in a typical playthrough, you'd have fighters that had a whole bunch of defensive gear. Like elemental resistances come very, very cheaply for fighters. They have flame mail, ice mail, shields, all kinds of opal stuff as well. The dragon mail, unlimited possibilities, but it is much, much more limited for these mages here instead. They have to deal with just ribbons and then white shirt and black shirt. Beat Vortigaunt in Dragon Quest XI, nice job. I feel like Dragon Quest XI had so many fake out storyline bits that after a while I had no idea whether or not I would be willing or needing to celebrate for any particular fight. It was kind of an odd presentation in a lot of ways. Okay, there's first floor done. Red Wizard does not get any Flamer Ice stuff. The Ninja would, as does the Fighter, but Red Wizard can only use bracelets at the end. Also, Bozukup, welcome in. I don't think I said hello to you, and I do apologize for missing your entrance there. Hope you're having a wonderful Wednesday here. Sure, we used up a lit too. I don't think we need a ton of damage output for guards. They don't have a lot of attack power, although they do have paralysis touch. "29 runs in RBI Baseball 4. The one that I remember doing a whole lot of. Like, there was like the original couple of baseball games on the NES that I played a bunch, but the one that I think I really enjoyed the most was actually the Super Nintendo Ken Griffey Jr. game. That one was actually like really well put together. One of the best baseball games that I can remember in the classic video game era. Base Wars or Bust. What about Baseball Simulator 1000? That's a pretty hot one as well. And where are we grinding for experience? We're going to be here for a little bit until we're basically ready to kill the fiends. And at that point, my plan is to go take out Carrie and Tiamat and use the Temple of Fiends area as my final grind spot. Because Temple of Fiends, the experience should be ridiculous. We always go through there looking at how much XP is kind of floating around in those giant packs of Chimeras. You've got all the elementals in packs of 4, that 4-pack of Agamas, the Gasties, probably like a dozen Agamas worth of experience in that fight. So I imagine we're going to pop in there, we're going to just unload on a couple of battles, pop back out, but it'll be like a level each time. That is my current plan for how things might work out. I will find out if this plan is a good idea or a bad idea, approximately 6 seconds after we start doing it. Also, some other baseball comparisons. Super Baseball 2020 and Roger Clemens MVP. I certainly can't recommend Roger Clemens. That is, I think, not the iconic NES baseball game. There's like, just RBI baseball is the classic standard. You gotta be on the NES, like RBI baseball, those type of games. They just nail it. As for Super Baseball 2020, one of the things that I had a problem with in terms of a lot of the fanciful baseball games, other than like Baseball Simulator 1000, which I think did an immensely good job of doing it, is that once you get a little bit silly, you either have to get all the way silly, or you really should stay like super purist to how the sports games are played. And I think that's what made things like Blitz Bowl and a few other like really crazy sports-like games where they took a lot of liberties in how the games work. Those worked out really well because they went totally nuts with how things were put together. They didn't try to be like matching up with any bit of reality. I think that worked out for them. All right, I'm just taking a couple of quick checks here. All right, so it looks like we got everything we need on those 2 floors. I'm going to take a slight detour here so that I can grab my cash for selling all these things off and see what I can afford. No tyro meat. We are not having steaks today. Dan is on a diet. Mutantly, that's another great one in terms of just going completely nuts. Like, it has the elements of a sports game, but really, it's doing its own thing, and it does it really creatively. Mega Man Soccer, on the other hand, it might be one of the better Super Nintendo Mega Mans, I will say that. Just not a great soccer game in general. Alright, do I need the heal helmet? I don't really think I need the heal helmet, but I'm not super strapped with cash, so let's hold on to it temporarily. Sell off some of these weapons that I don't need, so Vorpal Sword can go. Obviously not a lot of value in weapons with the no fighting challenge. So that helps me pare things down rather quickly here. Maybe get a light axe for Cal. I could require going back to the Sea Shrine again, though. For right now, heal helmet. I guess we could do this. So we could do 2 heals per round, perhaps. Any plans to get XXXX? I don't think it's worth the investment, to be honest. What I am going to grab here is obviously Cure 4. That one's great. We've got Ice 3 for the Red Wizard. I don't think we need Brack. Like, right now, Red Wizard's basically done. In fact, Red Wizard, I think, is entirely done. As is. White Mage needs 8th tiers, which are 60,000 a pop. I don't think we get anything more than these, though. Black Wizards need 8th tier Nuke, which is another 60,000 a pop. Alright, so the expensive one's going to be White Wizard. I think Wall is going to be a good idea because we only have 3 ribbons, and I would like for everybody to survive against Chaos. If we lose any Nuke or Fade casts during the Chaos fight, that'll be a really big deal. So I feel like we need to get a Wall spell in here. Now, do we need anything 8th tier Black Magic? I don't think so, yeah. I think it's just going to be Nuke for the Black Wizards. Yes to Fade, yes to Wall. We gotta go to Lufinia for Life 2 and Nuke. But that's basically 180,000 more gold that I need. That's really doable. Like, by the time that we finish getting to the point where we can actually cast those 8th tier spells, we should be good. Hey there, Wild Roger, welcome in. Did I load up on cat claws, by the way? Yes, I've got all the cat claws I think I'm going to need for this entire adventure. We are good to go on cat claws as far as I know. Hey there, Shadowed Melmont. How's the no fighting? Going pretty good. We've just picked up again, going back to Mirage Tower here to clean out some items, as well as get a little bit of experience along the side. Also, why Fog 2 over Invis 2? So I get a free Invis 2 from my white shirt on the White Wizard. Really no point in having Invis 2 castable on the White Wizard as a result. And Fog 2 can be useful. The big thing about Fog 2 is that it is pretty much good to go right away. You don't have to do a whole bunch of casts of it before you get any value out of it. You're immediately seeing the benefit of that little bit of damage resistance. So I think like a Fog 2 on like the Kraken fights can be very, very handy at times. What is the plan for Chaos? Yes, nuke and fade, which means I need to save enough nukes and fades along the way to be able to get everything done that I need. And that'll be the interesting part, is figuring out how to do the rest of the dungeon. So we got a purple worm at the start. We've got the Phantom. Phantom's weak to fire, so that's an obvious one. We've got Lich. Lich is neutral to fire, so maybe we do that. We've got Carry. Carry is resistant to fire, ice, and lightning, so that'll probably need some nukes and fades. Kraken is neutral to Lit 3 and Ice 3, so Ice 3 does a pretty good job on Kraken. Like, I think that there is good stuff to save us a bunch of charges on there, but we have to be really careful, making certain that we are not overextending our credit pre-Chaos. And then Chaos, how many are you need? You're gonna need like at least 12 nukes and fades in total. I think that even 12 is kind of pushing it, because that is more than 160 damage on average. Can maybe get that with nukes, but probably not with fades. Like, it's tough getting some of those in there. And then if you lose anybody, then you got a really big problem, because you have just cut off a huge chunk of them. So you have to make sure that everybody's got like 6 or 7 on them each. And then that'll probably be sufficient. Hey there, Mr. Nikara. How have we avoided Melmon? Well, we haven't been too successful about that, but we have been very successful about avoiding the fight command. We've gotten to the point where we've built up a nice supply of spell charges here. Maybe not on the red mage, but certainly on the black mages. We got a whole bunch, and that allows us to get through a lot of fights. Normally most dungeons are just running away from things. This will be kind of the exception where I actually need to grab a lot of experience while also picking up items. So I'm doing more fighting here than I normally would when traveling around. Also, can I item down any of the fiends or unrunnables? Very, very slowly you can item down the purple worms. You wouldn't do it on the fiends because they do too much damage per round. But I think purple worms, you could probably get away with doing a whole bunch of defense and white shirts. And then, like, healing up while other people use, like, the Thor Hammer and Mage Staff. It would be slow, but doable. Also, question of, am I gonna have to hit level 50? I think I might. I definitely am going to plan as if I will need to do it, but it's not certain. Like, there may be, if we get lucky here, some things that we can do that are going to be giving us enough experience overall that we can get through everything, but not need to get all the way to 50 for those extra charges. I mean, it really depends on how many charges I need to use pre-chaos, because again, if I have like 6 on everybody, we're probably good, but even 6 8th tier charges is a lot. Yeah, let's jump a bunch of healing on Bill. No, one more. They're pretty cheap. Alright, definitely want to get the Bane Sword. We're obviously not going to equip it, but it's a great item to have, and this is an odd situation where Gurnaga is actually not a good fight. Normally one of the really good XP monsters right there. Basically a ton of free experience. But in this case, can't deal with them. Also can't deal with rock galls, or mud galls for that matter. They are both going to be a little bit out of our league. Let's see, next up we have, I think it's Eye. Eye is next, and then we would get probably, I'm trying to think about where the man-cats are 2 floors up. Ooh, wait, Gurmadusas. You're here next, huh? Well, you could be pretty good. 2 aggro's worth of experience, why not? We'll take it. We'll grab this. Do I like punch magic? I enjoy punching things tremendously wild, Roger. Okay, there's our second heal helmet. So now we got 3 heal items per round. Per ring I can sell for a little bit of cash. We need to get... So worthwhile getting the adamant and selling that off. I guess if we need 180,000 for our Lufania shopping, I can sell the Excalibur for 45k. That's at least a decent amount. Also, what happened to my eye friend? Oh, he must have been... The eye must be upstairs from here. That's right, we've got to not spend this much time on first floor if we want to see him. We might have missed our good eye opportunities for an Agama and a third. Each crack at it. Anything else that we want here? We want the white shirt and black shirt, obviously. Those are actually some pretty hefty upgrades right now for the team. So you can probably... Zeus. I'm going to save my better spell charges for more important battles. As good as I enjoy the hardcore Manicore action, they're actually pretty easy to kill because they have less than 200 hit points. Yeah, wall is going to cost us a fade. So that is 1 spell charge off of the White Wizard. Although we don't have to wall anybody besides the Chaos Battle, because if somebody dies in the earlier fights, we lose a 5th tier spell charge, not a huge deal. But if we lose somebody in the Chaos Battle, then they're gone for the rest of the night. So that's a really big deal in terms of power loss, and that is why I think wall makes sense in that one battle, but not necessarily in any of the other fights where you might still take elemental damage. What is Fade? Fade is basically the code name for the holy spell. They weren't allowed to have religious references, so they took the word holy and made it Fade. And in the next game for the US, they made it called White instead, and the next game after they made it called Pearl. They're very sneaky like that. Alright, so that silver bracelet can go. We're going to toss the gold bracelet down. Pick up the white shirt here. Do I use the Zeus Gauntlet more or less than the white shirt? I probably use the Zeus Gauntlet more right now. That will change later. And then like this. Yeah, that looks good. Silver bracelet's probably going in the trash so I can pick up the Pro Cape upstairs. One of the nice things about doing an early Temple of Fiends visit for some experience there is I can grab the Pro Cape on Carrie's floor and get that thing out of the way a little bit early. I guess Lit 2. We're starting to run low on our ice spells here. But I don't really need 4 ice spells to kill Nightmare. They can sometimes die in a single cast. but it helps a little bit to have the more powerful Ice 2 rather than Lit 2 on the Evil Man. Hey there, Shea Wolf. It's going pretty good here so far. We've been doing excellent with our no fighting challenge, and I believe things are coming out pretty well in terms of how it's looking. Fighter, Black Mage, and Black Belt. What should you hope for Dan to be? I mean, I would probably say a Red Mage would be really good to complement that. A Red or a White Mage. Either one would be kind of nice. Because you already have 2 offensive characters for melee. Fighter, Black Belt takes care of your front line. And back line is really where you need more support. Level I hit so far, 21, I believe, is where we're at right now. So we got a ways to go, but we are not really doing dedicated grinding yet. We're doing more item searching and farming. And once I get all this stuff done, then I'll be able to actually turn my attention towards getting my levels boosted up. Alright, so Silver Bracelet's the cheapest thing that we got. Place that with Pro Cape. One of these is a silly chest. I think it's that one. Cloth mail or something. The rest of these should be decent. There we go. Alright, so that looks good. We got a big chunk of work done right there. Yeah, actually we're level 20. We're getting close to 21. In terms of weapons and armor, I'm going to be probably putting... Where do I want the Pro Cape? I really want Dan to have more defense, which means he actually needs to have more versatility in terms of usable things, which means we should do this, and then this. Put all this on, probably give him the Thor hammer as well, so Mage and Thor there. Let's give Cal the Bane Sword. I think Dan is going to be too busy to use the Bane Sword here this time. If I ignore the Fiend so far, I've killed Lich and Kraken. Kraken was basically along the journey here. You know what? I think it is time to have our first delicious bites of Tyro meat. We're going to put it under the broiler and see how long it takes to cook this thing. Fire 3 for you, you got a Thor, you two have, I think, Lit 3 still. Yeah, just a couple. Soon we'll have Ice 3, I think we had our first charge of that just now. So once I save my game again, I'll be able to Ice 3 at least once. And it pretty quickly starts building up in terms of how many spell charges that you have, because it is, whatever your first level for a tier, 1 level after that you get your second charge, and 2 levels after that you get your third charge. Then it takes a little bit longer to get the rest of them, but your first 3 come pretty fast. Is Bane an AoE? Yes. Bane does hit all the monsters. Alright, so I'm going to sell that Pro Ring off. That'll free up a spot for the second Pro Cape. Oh, you know what? I didn't grab this 3rd ribbon while I was up there. I probably should have done that to get it out of the way. Anything else that we can sell off? Looks like all of those are usable items. Alright. One more trip up. Need to get my last ribbon there. And that means whenever we get the second Pro Cape, I'll need to toss something out. Probably Zeus Gauntlet at that point. Assuming that we have, by that point in time, gotten most of the interesting stuff cleared out. Let's see, if you guys take enough damage with ice spells, we can probably get a pretty good amount of experience here. Not a lot of gold, but that is going to hopefully become a less and less important thing in the very near future. So much damage, so much damage. Tombstone Excalibur, we need to go back up and get that as well. I got more unfinished business in the Sky Castle. Okay, everybody's still alive. Did I still pick up the adamant? If so, then the only thing I need to get is really the ribbon. This is not too bad to grab there. Let me check. Yeah, I did get the adamant. Alright. So I just need to get ribbon. Starts to heal 3 on top. I'm okay with using another house there. Alright. In we go. Already know that we get pretty good encounters on the way up, starting from the very beginning of the power cycle. Especially that guard vampire guard at the beginning. Those are wonderful. Wonderful amounts of Agamas. Hey there, Escobar67. Hope you're having a wonderful evening here. And ready to watch our no fighting challenge. Figure out how to get through the late game. Like the mid game, you really speed through at this party. That's pretty much true for everything that is magic based, because when you get a spell, the very instant you get it, it is at its peak of value. It has the same amount of damage forever, but the monsters you're fighting right then are as weak as they're ever going to be. So the monsters are only going to get stronger, your spells are only going to do nothing. So spell value kind of goes down. It's like buying a new car, and then immediately the price is just plummeting. Until you get to the very end of the game and it's like, well, I spent a lot of money on this, and it doesn't seem to even tickle chaos. Pontiac Brack. I hear those things have a lot of unexplained emissions, Max plus Pi. You should probably get it checked out to make sure it's working correctly. Alright, Dan is fine. There's another nice little bit of guards. We do have, I think, the 1 or 2 battles on the way up that are not going to be as pleasant. But again, almost everything that we would normally see while walking up here is almost as good for this party. The big ones that we don't really have as good of an answer for, things like the Gurnaga, or the Nachos, or that's another good example one. Well, definitely Mudgall and Rockall. Things that don't take a lot of magic damage and kind of rely on you having a good physical damage dealer in the party, which in almost any circumstance, you got somebody that can do some good physical damage. In this case, though, being all magic all the time has forced us to be a little bit more selective about what we go after. You probably have to throw something here. I guess an ice, too. It's not a big deal using one of those up. So the knockoff Brack, that's the same thing that happened to me in my Bane Sword. I am pretty confident that whatever source that our Bane Sword came from is definitely not an authorized Bane Sword retailer. Because otherwise it'd be working a whole lot more often than it does. So if you fire, you should probably toss the ice 3s. And let's see if we can do Bloody a little bit faster. I mean, so far we've been getting very lucky with lots and lots of physical attacks and not getting thundered. Okay, anything but lightning, anything except for lightning, and anything except for lightning. Ooh, excellent. 2 more physicals. Toss one more out there. Alright, this time we're gonna get our ribbon. Also getting some pretty good experience along the way, so not super concerned about taking an extra trip up there. We're going to be doing this a couple of times, going through at least Mirage Tower, cleaning stuff out there. The alternative, and this is more setup work, but then you get more XP per minute for the actual fighting, is doing the Whiz Mummy fight in the waterfall. And the waterfall Whiz Mummies, you're getting 1.75 Agamas, just like you are here against the stuff that you're fighting in Mirage for the most part. But the difference is there's no walking around. You know, you just have a single step, well, really 2 steps to get the next Whiz Mummy fight. Whereas here you're going to have, you know, a good solid 10 or so seconds in between the battles where you're walking around to get the next encounter to take place. So I think Waterfall might win out if you can stay there long enough, doing enough battles to make up the difference. Hey there, Ekatronkowski, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful Wednesday here. See, with a Power Glove Canal start, I would probably ask for a refund from whoever gave you that. That seems like a very, very unusual combination of starting items, but possibly extremely cool for what might happen there. Guess we take this opportunity to wander around a little bit on this floor, get some more encounters before we head out. Got plenty of spell charges left. And so we'll have a lot of fights in here that, you know, solid Agama and a half. 2 Agamas if both Nightmares had showed up. And very rarely do we get nuked by the Evil Man, so I would consider it a mostly safe fight. Does Red Mage have any unique spells? No. Red Mage gave me a better early game start for having defense. Red Mage is versatile. You have access to both healing as well as offense. You can switch back and forth as necessary. But you're missing out on the top end spells. You have slightly slower spell growth. And in the late game, there's really no distinguishing benefits for Red Mage in terms of equipment. So they start off having significantly better gear than everybody else, and then right now, they have everything the same. Like, they can use a bracelet, they can use... Like, technically, I guess you could use the bucklers to get your +2 defense, but that's like the only difference between them. And you have a nice hat, that is true. Your hat is very, very nice as a Red Mage. There's my level 21s. Slide up here. Alright, house, and some piece of armor that I probably don't want. Been a very long time since I have gotten the regular items out of here. We, many, many moons ago, did a 100% chest clear of Final Fantasy for a speedrun. And surprisingly, not that much more time than a regular speedrun to go get all the chests, because you're going at least in the vicinity of all the chests anyway. It's like a couple of minutes per dungeon that you're adding on. That was our opportunity to really find out where all the crazy stuff was located. Did I buy the Pure Spill? Sorry, forgot about it. Forgot to get the Pures. We'll have to do it next time. I'm pretty sure I want to stay on this floor for any fighting. The reason being that we have much worse encounters upstairs, such as, you know, man-cats. Things that would be way less pleasant to deal with than stuff here, which is generally easy to beat. How high of a magic can a red wizard learn? Their best spells are going to be 7th tier for both black magic and white magic. Really only the 7th tier black, though, is interesting, which is Ice 3. The 7th tier white is A rub. And I guess you can make an argument for trying to do A rub strats on, like, Chaos. Because there's a secret thing here, which is that A rub, which sounds like it's just instant death resistance, is really a little bit more. And in addition to instant death resistance, you also get earth defense, which is the only other way to get that besides having a ribbon. So you'd be able to survive his crack, but you take a lot of damage on the common things that Chaos does, which is all of the elemental spells and skills. So things like Inferno and Fire 3 and Lit 3 and Ice 3, all of those would do significantly more damage to the person that didn't have the wall up. That Resort can only get up to 6th tier. That's usually where they top out, because there's only one 7th tier on each the black magic and white magic side. Whereas 6th tier, they get 4 spells. 3 white magic spells and 1 black magic spell. Which is Lit 3, and they get Fog 2 and Invis 2 and Exit. Which is why they have so much on the white magic side. Let's see what we really need for these level ups. So about 9,500, which is at this pace about 16 Agma's worth of experience from this point on, which we're already a little bit into the level up as well. Yeah, it's gonna be tough getting to level 50. I think that's gonna require some serious effort. The question is, does it make sense to grind with less people? Because you'd be grinding slower, you'd be able to deal with the monsters less efficiently. Or does it make sense to go with the full party? And this is something where, if you have weapons, definitely grind with a small party, because like a single target attacker versus an Agama, great. You can still do a ton of damage to the Agama, get lots of experience really fast. You're basically getting quadruple your normal amount. But magic so changes the equation. Having to use spells everywhere has a lot of surprising consequences for the viability of different strategies. Alright, Melmondan, have a good night. Hope you enjoy watching the VOD there tomorrow, and pleasant dreams. Think about this for a second. Black shirt and ribbon should be on different characters. So I guess we'll do this. There we go. Quick fix up. There's an experience bonus for grinding with 3 characters dead. So the way it works is that monsters have a fixed amount of experience. And if you have dead characters, they're not part of the experience split. So let's say a monster like an Agama is going to give you 2,472 experience. Split that 4 ways. If you have 4 living characters, split it 2 ways if you have 2 living characters. And so each person gets double their previous share when you do the split like that. So 4 ways, 618 experience each, 2 ways, 1,236 experience each. And so if you've got a single character, you get 4 times what you kind of perceive as the normal amount. But it's all the same in terms of how much XP the monster is giving out. The only thing that is changing is the fact that your split is different based on your surviving party members. Oh man, Cal taking that in the face. That Blue D Thunder is no joke. I guess I can do this, so I gotta remember that Cal's the one that doesn't have a ribbon in here. I'm gonna go up to next floor for best encounters. There's our pal the Eye, which, as an unrunnable, you definitely have to have some way of dealing with this thing. That's the really interesting part as well. Unrunnables are a huge drain on your resources here when you can't use fighting. Gotta make sure that you always have some amount of charges left over for any unrunnables coming up. Alright, now here hanging out, Whizvamp, only one. You're probably not worth doing by yourself. If you brought some friends, I'd have played along. Then we get the fire hydrants. Those are going to be pretty good experience. We have a ways to go in terms of waiting through encounters here, so we're going to grab these. And then rather than Chimera, I'd rather have the Manticores. So we have to go back downstairs to pick those things up. Just kind of plotting out what I think is the most efficient and or the highest average experience for the encounters between these two floors. So next up, the hardcore Manticores. And only 3, but I'll still take them. They're definitely worth it, given their high value. Actually, I need to save some of that spell damage for the fights upstairs. Actually, you can use as many Ice 2s as you want. Never mind. You've got plenty, thanks to the black shirt on Bill. Forgot I swapped it between Bill and Cal there. Alright, there's the Manticores. Then we have some more fire hydrant action here. 2 sets of these things. That'll be 4 total Agamas by the time the carnage is over. So you got one of those, one of those. You're going to... Alright, Cal's the one that had the black shirt. I swapped it and then I mentally swapped it again when I shouldn't have. Alright, now I know. And knowing is at least 1/3 of the battle here. The other 2/3 is getting Dan to not hurt himself too badly and put his mittens on. Alright, that looks pretty good there. How many heals do I have? No more heal 3s. I don't need cure 2s at this point. So I can afford to drop a bunch of those out. Right, that looks good. It's always good to be at least a little bit skeptical when Dan is involved in any particular action. There are many things that Dan could do in a given round of combat, and most of them will be highly flammable. In Temple of Fiends, do I want the ribbons on the White Mage, Black Mage, and Black Mage? At Chaos, probably. I'll do that. And then wall the Red Mage on the first round, but prior to that, it's not as big of a deal if we have somebody die. Like, really, it would be... Tiamat with Bane is your worst one, and that I could see as being a potential problem, but not a deal breaker in terms of what we have to work with for resources. Because Tiamat should be like no more than like 6 nukes or fades, and we could probably with Tiamat get away with tossing the rest of our Ice 3s out for at least some damage in there. Alright, you're out of those. Yeah, you're probably good enough for the fight. Gonna grab our Whizvamp here. At least see if we get a good one. to some... Well, considering that their A-Fire doesn't actually work, I think going fire here makes a lot of sense. So A-Fire has multiple bugs when they use it. The first is that it doesn't hit themselves. It only hits their teammates. The second is that it doesn't actually update their resistances at all. And so even if it did hit themselves, it still wouldn't do anything. Yeah, I think I'd rather have Sentry Guard here. Nice, got both of them. Actually, do you have any lit 3s left? 'Cause if so, yes. If so, that's a good choice. I'm trying to prepare for a Tiamat trip up there, but we have a lot of stuff coming up that I'm not sure if I really want to fight. As good as the Nachos are, 1.4 Agmas worth of experience each, they're pretty tough to take down. Okay, level 22 there. And let's go across the bridge. We are not gonna do a Wurbeck here. We may do a Wurbeck at a later time. I will not rule out the possibilities of a Wurbeck grind at some point. But I will say it's somewhat improbable. Wurbeck is... Well, I mean, he's pretty good experience, so... You definitely at least want to consider it. At 14 or so Agmas worth of XP. There's a lot of value in them bones. I guess we'll go for this lit 3, Thor. If you guys have 2 lit 3s left. You got an ice 3? Yeah, we'll do that. See how much damage we do this round. Do any of the spells work? I am pretty certain that at least Cure 1, as far as I know, has never malfunctioned for me. I'm not saying that it has never malfunctioned for anybody, but at least for me it has always worked. Yeah, let's see this. Alright, so there's the Nachos. Now the question is, how do we want this Tiamat fight to go? We're gonna go for Bane strats. We really don't have enough spells to kill her with damage at this point. But the plan is to look at who should be doing the Banes. Dan's got a white shirt and heal 2 and fog 2, so probably can't be Dan. It could be Ace in the back. Or it could be Bill. Alright, let's see who's got it right now. Let's go Bill with the Bane sword. We actually don't need either of the black mages right now to have the heal staff, because they both have heal helmets, so I guess Dan could take the heal staff? No, Dan. Ace could take the heal staff. Gonna start off with defenses, though. So Ace will be blocking the attacks. Dan will be white shirting to help out, and then heal 2ing when it fails to work out. Let me do one last check. Bill with the Bane sword, Bill with the ribbon. That's what I want to see. Let's go ahead and try and take Tiamat out here. So defense, white shirt, Bane sword, and prayer. Do an Ace using fog too. Because it's an actual long fight, we can get the full value out of the white shirt. So basically the difference between Invis 2 and Fog 2. Fog 2, 1 cast or 2 casts, you're getting at least some value out of it, whereas White Shirt has very minimal value, unless you go all the way. But if you're planning to go all the way, and just go crazy hard on defense, then this will give you more of a benefit. Because you'll eventually get like full protection from things. Come on, Bill, get that Bane sword warmed up, and no, not yet. Still working at it. Ace should be at 100% dodge now with 2 defenses and 2 white shirts on top. Basically the equivalent of 3 defense swords. So we'd have you switch over to doing some cure 3s here. Let's toss that on Dan. You're going to white shirt again. You're going to Bane Sword, and you're just here for the heal helmets. A little bit of extra healing every round helps. Well, Cal's not going to live very much longer. See you later, Cal. Bill with the Bane Sword is still ineffective. Come on, Bill, get it together. Get it together. You do have heal staff, but I think that we want to keep going with cure 3s for right now. Another white shirt there, another Bane Sword. It's gonna take a ways for Bill to go down with elemental skills, so I think that if we can get enough time to get pretty much everybody in decent position for recovery, then we'll start having Dan go with the heal 2s after this, which in combat, because there's a bug, does heal 3 worth of recovery, and it's not important because Bill and the Bane Sword have taken Tiamat out there. Our third fiend is defeated here. Only Carrie left to go. Alright, that looks good. Now, anything that we want to get rid of, we don't really need the Bane Sword anymore. But I'm getting very close to my cash required anyway for my Lufania trip, so that might be good enough. 180,000 gets me all of my 8th tier spells, which we're still a couple levels away from being able to purchase. Get the Fire Orb Blast, Wolf. Good bingo pick in there. And it's definitely the one that you want in a situation like this. Now I could almost certainly just burn Carrie down with Ice 3s and Lit 3s. It would be kinda slow, but we have the ability to survive against her for a little while. Question is, do I want to actually do that? Or do I want to get levels here first? If I get into Temple of Fiends faster, I think that's going to be my ideal grind spot overall. I might go after Carrie. I think the Carrie plan may be the best one here. So that will require that I get my Lufania trip done. So there's a couple of Zombull fights along the way. Go back to the beginning, that'll get me Zombull, Giant, Zombull for 3 battles. By the time I get to Lufania, I should have 180,000 cash, which will allow me to purchase all of my remaining spells to go. Is that true? Yeah, we have 2 nukes and 1 life 2 to buy, and they're 60,000 piece. How long do you keep the Tyro stakes on ice? Well, it depends on whether you're talking about Ice 2 or Ice 3 there. You definitely want a good Ice 3 in your cooler if you want those stakes to last all afternoon. Ice 2 just kind of wears off too fast. Better attack with the Cat Club than the Bane Sword. I think I might have to challenge that statement. I believe that there are some material inaccuracies that have been presented in this argument here so far. For Temple of Fiends, if you kill the Fiends before Chaos and exit out, do you have to fight them again? Yes. Every time you walk over those squares, the fight will repeat, and it makes it super painful if you ever accidentally walk the wrong direction at the end of a floor because you have to do the Fiend a second time. It has no memory whatsoever about having beaten those or not. It's just a regular trap tile for the way the game is coded. Alright, how are we doing on cash? 181, just barely enough. Just barely enough to get this job done, but just barely is. Dan's middle name. Dan's birth certificate is at least 17 feet long. Alright, and here we grab the Life 2 spell, which I probably shouldn't use all that often in favor of the fades in the walls. We're gonna get 2 nukes. And then we are done. So that is the town of Lufania. Got that one cleared out. We'll take our Zombol Giant again on the way back for some extra experience opportunities. And then we will go see if we can clear out Carrie, 4th of the 4 fiends. Again, I think it's going to be just a slow fight. Because of her high resistances, she'll probably be taking like maybe 150 damage around. And she's got 600 health, so we have to defense up a little bit so that we don't die to the physical attacks. Start busting out those ice 3s and hope for the best. Are the shops in Lufania located outside because of tax evasion reasons? Probably. That seems like a reasonable guess as to what shady shenanigans the Lufanians are up to. Alright, then one more Zombol fight here. Just for good luck, which is also going to be not even close to getting us to level 23. Just checking. Oh wait! I walked too far to the west. I wanted to stay east of the lake. So I would get my Zombol here instead of these Ankylos. Ankylos, not really worth it. We'll pass. Alright, so that is everything pre-Gurgur Volcano and pre our exploration of Temple of Fiends. Oh, RPG Limit Break. Hope those of you joining us had a wonderful time watching the show over there and are ready for some challenging Final Fantasy adventures here. I am currently being challenged by my viewers to beat the game without ever using the fight command. And it's been so far very interesting trying to figure out how that is going to work out. We've got our party of mages, red mage, white mage, and 2 black mages leading the show here. And we think we got everything worked out other than Temple of Fiends. So Carrie is going to be my 4th and final fiend here, but we're going to need a bunch of levels after this in order to be able to get through Temple of Fiends. To get Life 2 for Dan, Life 2 is exclusively for Dan. Nobody else is going to be able to use that spell. But when the time comes, Dan is ready to be the first to die and probably make it totally useless. Alright, down we go. We're taking all the lava tiles that we can. Lava tiles are going to be 1 damage to the entire party, but the plus side is that you can't get any encounters on them, so they're basically free steps for the purposes of our walkthrough here. Do we have names in this challenge before? No, we've been using the classical Ace Bill, Cal, and Dan for this challenge. We've been using other people's names for the solo character class challenges. Other than Dan, of course, because Dan seems to be picked every single time. I don't know how he does it. There are hundreds of names in that list, and yet every time, Dan is one of the 4 that gets chosen. It is a mystery to everyone. We're gonna grind on the Agama tap tiles. Sadly, no Agama grinding here, but I think we can do them at least a little bit of a service and pay them a quick visit. You know, I've missed these Agamas for a long time. Let's go ahead. Give a quick Agama check out here. I've got plenty of Ice 2s to take them out. Thor Hammer for my White Wizard. Finally, with the items that you get going through Mirage and Sea Shrine. There's something for the White Wizard to do pretty much every round. What if Jim has stolen Dan's spot? I think we would recognize the fact that Jim's beautiful black boots stick out like a sore thumb, whereas Dan's fashion taste is known to be the worst in the universe. Also, sadly, yes, that is true, Thakanor. Agama only worth 1 Agama worth of experience. It is a shame, but it's the world that we have to live with. Alright, 1 more Agama here, and then we'll go down, take Carrie out. Just for old time's sake, we might be able to do Agamas in Temple of Fiends if we go down to Carrie's floor there and do the, 2 to 4 Agama pack. The problem is that you're going through Phantom and Lich to get to Carrie, so it's a lot of work in order to reach that stage of the dungeon. Do you have another heal 3? Yeah. That'll be perfectly adequate for getting down to Carrie here. I think that there is a fire elemental battle along the way. So slow after watching Randomizer. Yeah, we go back and forth between Randomizer and regular Final Fantasy. And it takes a good couple of minutes to just process the difference in speed. Get the walking speed, the menuing, how combat actions resolve. It's mentally a little bit of time to get things adjusted and reassess how things are going. And there we are, up against Carrie's Orb there. Let's get everybody up to full health. Drop our Cure 2s down and into the Carrie battle here. Helcus was had to grab in the key item. Luckily, we've done some other challenge runs which have given me the opportunity to practice not grabbing all of the incentivized item spots. Also, this is basically how the fight is going to go. We're going to very slowly whittle her down with Ice 3s, Lit 3s, then Fire 3s. And we're just going to do our best to keep our health up in the process, with Carrie having, like all monsters, a 50% chance of targeting the first character slot, though. All these defense swords and white shirts that I'm using are going to make Ace super good at dodging. So hopefully Carrie does a lot of physical attacks and doesn't bother the rest of the team. How different is Randomizer? Randomizer really is its own thing. I would say that if you enjoy a game like whether it's Final Fantasy or Dragon Warrior or The Legend of Zelda, you'll probably enjoy its Randomizer because it's like getting a fresh experience playing it for the first time. But at the same kind of token for it, it really is a separate experience for all of those. And they have kind of different characteristics. Like Free Enterprise for Final Fantasy IV is all about boss strategies and trying to figure out where key items are. Legend of Zelda is all about finding where Triforce pieces are and how to get through the dungeons. Those are going to be pretty different ways of approaching them. Final Fantasy I Randomizer is really about kind of chest exploration and hunting. You don't usually worry too much about the difficulty of the fights, as long as you've done some preparation, but finding the items and finding where progression is always kind of the key of that. So I think that they kind of all have their own different experience in terms of how they play out. If Xford did work, would it ever be useful? It works in the randomizer. There's a lot of things that work in the randomizer that I still don't really think have a lot of value. Problem with Xfur is that it doesn't have a lot of accuracy. So if you're going to hit a monster with Xfur, you might as well try to hit it with an insta-kill spell. Go for the zaps or quakes, or the rubs or things like that. Because it's so much better to just kill something than it is to reduce its defenses down. Alright, let's see what our resources are like. I need a whole bunch of heal potions. That'll be my first thing here. We're about to go into Temple of Fiends and start trying to get levels there. It is a ways away from us having a good stock of high tier spells, and I think that is going to be pretty essential for this party. to be able to get down to Chaos and finish him off. Like, as is, we could maybe make it to Chaos, but getting through 2,000 HP, and especially with Cure 4 on the table there, would be very difficult. You like the X for Brack strategies? Brack's a great spell early game, and it's great against things like Tiamat that have a weakness to poison. But I feel like if you want like a go-to insta-kill, Zap is usually your best choice, because Zap doesn't have anybody that resisted other than Chaos. And you're just going up against the magic defense check to make it happen. We're gonna wait out the Cure 4 for Chaos or try to blitz him. We should probably wait it out so that we can get our buffs started up. We'll get the wall spell off, we're gonna get defense swords out. We've got heal 2s and heal 3s, which, because the base game is broken, both do the same amount of healing. And in this case, it's actually broken in your favor. Heal 2 does heal 3 worth of recovery. Those are probably gonna be the best approach to getting Chaos down, but it requires Chaos get to Cure 4 pretty fast. If he takes his time, then he can really do a lot of damage in the meantime there. Hey there, Sneaky the Lost. Welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful Wednesday here. And excited to join us for a Final Fantasy Challenge run. Hey there, Chuck. Where are we right now? We have just killed Carrie, 4th of the 4 Fiends. And I think that trying to get our experience out of Temple of Fiends is going to be my best place to go. But I don't know that for certain, so it's going to be a little bit of an experiment here to see what happens. Also, if I keep the Adamant and buy a tent, it'll put my heal potions in the right spot. I want heal potions in the bottom left-hand corner of my inventory so that I can mash them most efficiently. So let's get one of you. There we go. Yep, we had a bunch of people over from RPG Loan Break after the event there ended up. And I'm happy to see him. It's a wonderful group of people that watch those RPG speedruns. Alright, capping up. So if I go in at the very beginning, let's say we don't care about the problem with Gasties. First thing we have to deal with is Frosties on first floor. So they're definitely a thing, but something that is at least a little bit of experience, and they're going to blizzard us no matter what we do. So might as well take them out. Is it worth the fire 3s? Yeah, I think it is. Because we should have plenty of warps to get our way down here. We're not quite doing the Chaos Dive, Sneaky. We're going into Temple of Fiends so that I can get a lot of experience. And I'd also like to get the Pro Cape off of Carrie's floor. But we need quite a few levels to be able to get enough nuke and fade charges to be able to take out the fiends at the bottom. So Carrie, Tiamat, and Chaos all have a lot of elemental resistances. They're going to be tough to take down unless we have non-elemental abilities. You could probably sneak through Carrie with a whole bunch of defensive spells and buffing. But I think Tiamat and Chaos would be very difficult to do that strategy on. Hey there, Zero Monster. Welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful Wednesday here. Good, we're not even getting blizzarded all that often. Very lucky to see on those Frosties. As you can see, wonderful sources of experience here as well. Let's see, upstairs, Frost Giant, Frostwolf versus more Frosties. I think I actually want to take the Frost Giant. That probably... No, I'll take the Frost Dragons. Frost Dragons seem more reasonable on this. Just trying to think ahead to what is going to be the most efficient way of doing these fights. Hey there, Linux Mint, welcome in. How am I doing? It is pretty good here tonight. We got our second part of our no fighting challenge kicked off. And basically, we're at the point where we need to level up a whole bunch and then take on Temple of Fiends, which will be something that we could try at any point. Although I feel like getting at least 10 levels will be required. Also, Zero Master, sorry to hear about that, but hopefully we can cheer you up a little bit here tonight with our Final Fantasy antics. Also, depending on how long this takes, we might be able to get some Dragon Warrior 4 in as well. Alright, so this floor is going to be Chimera Chimera versus Mage Fighter. I'm going to take the Chimera Chimera here. Alright, I should probably take the next couple of fights all on this floor. Chimera Chimera, Zombie D's. We get a good-sized bit of experience for all of those, and we even have our pals, the Slimes, coming up here as well. We might want to take his Ghastly pack just to see how it goes. I think that... See, Cal's the one that doesn't have a ribbon. Cal is going to get utterly demolished by Ghastlies unless our turn order is really good, though. So we'll probably save that for the end. Oh yes, there's level 23. Nice, Andorita. Chapter 3, of course, my favorite chapter due to all of the capitalism in Dragon Warrior 4. That one is a hard chapter to top for the speedrun because you get absolutely zero experience the entire time that you play through it. Tulun, the only character of all of the 7 companions and the hero that gets no XP whatsoever the entire speedrun. Is Chimera related to Jim the Knight? Chimera is, in fact, Chimera's cousin Jim. And whether it's Jim from Virtual Hideline, transformed into a hideous beast, none can say. Except for Dan, he's not talking. Alright, only 2 more here, but we have plenty of fire spells. I'm not too worried about running these out. It's true that Tulun has a pretty neat spin-off series. Mystery Dungeon, Chocobo, and Tulun, I think, are pretty neat for both of those models in there. Basically a solo, randomly generated dungeon that you're trying to carve through floor by floor. Every time that you go in and out, it resets a whole bunch of things, so you're forced to do bigger and bigger trips down in order to make progress over time. We'll save Fire 3s on Red Mage, but Black Mage doesn't need a save. This is what those Fire 3s are made for. 3 Agamas worth of experience right here. And I think we're going to see what happens if we try to take on a Ghastly. I'm curious, but also terrified at the same time as to what may be our fate in this fight here. Ghastly, normally the worst battle that you have going in the top half of Temple of Fiends, and when you route speedruns, you 100% try to avoid these things. We only get 2, so it is going to be slightly limited in terms of how much XP that we can get here. But let's see what happens. Use an Ice 2. We don't want to do another one, then we'll have an Ice 3 for that. Ice is their weakness, so it's going to do pretty good damage, but they do so much crazy damage with their poison attack. Here it comes. Cal's the one that we need to worry about. And 240, ouch. He did survive, though. Cal, no, never mind. Never mind. Cal has gone to a better place. AKA the floor. We're actually pretty close. So, within 1 or 2 rounds, we're doing enough damage to take him out. Problem is, Cal doesn't get any XP from it. Then it's a slightly lower value. Alright, so I think that's good information about how Temple of Fiends looks overall. And we got like an entire level up from doing that, so that seemed to work pretty well. I'll drop a heal 3 off a bunch of heal 2s. Looks good. Now, do we want to just repeat that stretch? I definitely did like the Frosties. You know what? I'm going to do a little bit of exploration. So I'm going to go in with our normal marathon route here next and see what it's like doing Phantom and Lich, so we know how those fights are going to go. I know Lich is going to be a pretty nasty one due to his nuke spell. If we can beat the nuke out, though, that would be really nice. And if we can't, then it's a whole bunch of healing that's going to be required. So what I'm doing here is just skipping a bunch of fights to set up a better pathway down here. This is what you would normally do to avoid the Ghasties on that third floor. Oh yeah, definitely can attend. Like, this game is so derived from Dungeons & Dragons. Like, pretty much the entire magic system, almost all of the monsters. And some of the references are a little bit more hidden because they're kind of obscured by the localization process. But some of them are really, really blatant. And probably the most famous one is the Beholder, which, very iconic Dungeons & Dragons monster, was in the original version of Final Fantasy on the Japanese release. And they had to actually take it out of the US release and all of the remakes because they were afraid of getting sued. And instead of the lovely Beholder graphic, we got the slightly sadder looking eye, who's kind of like a Beholder that put on some weight. Alright, we have our creep here. You think the Beholder is kind of goofy? I thought the Beholder was beautiful. Like, that is... For an 8-bit game, where you only have 4 colors for the monsters, that's a really good done Beholder graphic. I think they did an excellent job depicting it. Alright, in we go. This time, we are going through there to try to at least grab our Pro Cape out. Once I have Pro Cape, I do lose the Zeus Gauntlet. But I haven't been using that thing very much, and I have got a ton of spell charges to make up for it. So I think that overall we should still be good there. It requires beating Phantom and Lich to get the Pro Cape. Just before where Carrie is the Pro Cape location. And we might be able to get a whole bunch of experience in the process, so we'll see what happens on the way down. It's supposed to be the final game made by the development team. I think that's a little bit of an exaggeration of the legend. They certainly didn't have the best financial position until probably a couple years later, but as far as I know, there wasn't any real danger of Square going out of business when Final Fantasy I was made. And the only time that Square has been, like, pretty imminently having financial trouble is when they released the really disastrous Spirits Within movie, because they put a lot of money into the production of that movie overall, and it completely bombed in the box office. And so that really hurt the company for many, many years afterwards. But Square made a lot of really successful games prior to Final Fantasy. So you had the Rad Racer games, Nasir Gabelli, who was the programmer of Final Fantasy, besides Rad Racer, was also working on 3D World Runner, and there's a Japanese exclusive sequel for 3D World Runner 2 as well that never came out in the US, but they were working on a bunch of other games over the years. Some of which were not that good, like Tom Sawyer, but others of which were decent. I don't know if I should take on this many bad man. This is 3.5 Agmas worth of experience, which is certainly a lot, but we are about to die really, really brutally if we don't get good turn order here. Alright, everybody clinch. Come on, Ace, stay alive. Dan, stay alive as well. There's our first one down. I think we might get them. Might get them all. Might get some of them. Survive the Batman. Mostly survive the Batman fight. Come on, Batman. What are you doing to me here? He's got to be so close to death. There we go. I am shocked and amazed. Probably even more shocked than you are that Dan survived that. It is definitely not in his idiom to behave that way. I guess we just used up our heal 3s. Just go all in on those. And drop the cures. Get everybody healed up prior to the Phantom fight here. Phantom is weak to fire, so you can do pretty good damage with that. That'll be your best source of attack power here. So, fire 3. We get a mage staff. You two have got some fire 3s. And with luck, we'll run around him. Cal could get knocked out of the fight really fast. Let's see if he gets stopped here. Have a great week, DidYXZ. Hope you enjoyed your time here today. Alright, Phantom is done. So we haven't touched our heal potion yet, that's good. I don't want to buy another stack of 99, that takes a while. I will if I have to. But I'm trying to get my spells to do most of the coverage here. Why is Phantom so terrible at giving experience is a great question, because I certainly do sense the Melmond despair and poverty coming out of that fight. But really, why do you get anything here in Temple of Fiends? Like, there's giant piles of money behind him. There's a 65,000 gold treasure chest and like a 50,000 gold treasure chest in that room. And it's completely pointless, because there's really nothing left to spend money on. Almost any playthrough of Final Fantasy that you would have going through this. Does Stop actually do anything there? Stop has a decent chance of paralyzing the person that doesn't have a ribbon, because it's time-based paralysis and okay-ish accuracy, but we got kind of lucky on it. Alright, let's practice our Purple Worm fight. So we're going to defense up White Shirt a bunch. You two are probably going to heal helmet here at the start and maybe throw a Zeus Gauntlet out. I guess we'll Black Shirt with our future plans. Oh, that's true. Cal's got the Black Shirt, so even though he doesn't have a ribbon, everybody does have time magic resistance. So we're actually probably in pretty good shape for the stops and the glares then. That makes things a little bit easier for me to think about what our plans are like. But he's there to make you pass at the Mazmune chest. You gotta know what you're doing to get that Mazmune chest, or the Katana chest for that matter. They're both way, way out of the way, but I think a lot of people that at least played the game in the US had quite a bit of hinting thanks to the strategy guide for this game, and so probably knew what was going to be in all those chests as well as where they were located. Just a little bit of a test run here for our Purple Worm fight. Looking like 2 Purple Worms goes down pretty easily, but I need to rethink about how my items are distributed so that we're doing more damage per round here. I gotta make sure that I'm not dipping into my useful spell charges while we grind these things down. It's an unrunnable fight, so I have to do it. And because we can't use the fight command, you're talking things like Mage Staff and Black Shirt. You can maybe use a couple of Fire 2s and Lit 2s, but you're trying to avoid those precious spell charges getting consumed here. Let's see, one more White Shirt should do it. You've got a heal helmet, and you can start Black Shirting for real now. We're pretty sure at the point where we should dodge everything except for the critical hits, which are a 1% chance on Purple Worms. So fairly rare once we get these White Shirts up to take any damage here. Yeah, Purple Worm is another really famous Dungeons & Dragons monster. Like, they're all over the place. Like, when you think about the fiends, like Lich, alright, Dungeons and Dragons Lich is like very iconic. Carrie, really called Merilith in the Japanese version. Merilith is the name for the Type 5 demon in the original Dungeons and Dragons 1st edition. You got the Kraken, which is another very common one. Tiamat, one of the Dungeons and Dragons gods that features pretty heavily in a lot of campaign settings. So you have like pretty much everything pulled in, and what the unique stuff for Final Fantasy is things like Garland and Chaos and kind of the storyline for the time loop, which is what they've focused a lot of their creative energies on, I guess. Is there a Melmon in Dungeons & Dragons? I hope not. I don't believe that any place in the entire world could be that terrible. Can red mages wear a heal helmet? No. They could have used the Zeus Gauntlet as a gauntlet item, but Pro Ring is going to be so much better there. So we definitely prefer the Pro Ring whenever we can get it. I guess we go fire here. The problem is, how many fire 3s do I have? I've got enough. I have enough to make this work out. Alright, last one on the top half here. We're heading downstairs where we're going to get some Mudgulls that we don't want to deal with. But then we'll get our Gurmedusa battles. I could stick around for more Gurmedusas than I normally would and see if those work out well. At a half Agama piece, they're pretty darn good XP overall. These guys will be pretty good once we have Fades and Nukes, but I'm not sure if we want to actually invest those high tier spells in them. And how deep am I trying to go in here? I would like to get the Pro Cape off of Carrie's floor, which is my last equipment item that I'm going to need for the entire game. And if I can get some experience in the process, great, even better. Question is, are we going to get nuked into the Stone Age by Lich? And if so, how painful is it going to be? Thank you for the good wishes there, Llama Pals. Hope you're having a wonderful Wednesday here, by the way. Yeah, Pro Cape is going to be one of the black mages. Probably the one with the ribbon for purposes of having more defense than the person that's likely to survive spell attacks. You're basically saying one of your black mages is probably going to be a sacrifice for a lot of AoE elemental spells, and it's just going to be okay. Alright, so there goes the Gurmedusas. Here comes the Lich, and what we worry about Lich is his opening spell Nuke. Oh boy, does that do a ton of damage, and I will probably, when I do the real run, try to sneak the black mages through here as statues, like we do in the speed runs for it. I didn't think I would really want to do that here because of the time investment, but let's see what happens. Come on, Lich, please be kind. So you gotta fire 3, you're gonna have a mage staff, you 2 are gonna try to fire 3 them, and hopefully this works out. He is neutral to fire, so he's not taking double damage like he normally would. And here comes the nuke. Alright, we have 2 survivors, and we have 2 survivors. Alright, so we need to get Lich killed off before he gets back around to another nuke there, and hopefully he doesn't use a bunch of paralysis in the meantime. That's pretty much to be expected for how it's gonna go. Alright, you've got one more lit 3 there. He's only got 500 health though, so we did okay-ish damage at the opener there. And he's only one more spell past nuke, so we're in pretty good shape. And there he goes. Alright. Yeah, I definitely think we want to sneak the Black Mages by Petrified. Even at level 50, they're going to take a pretty big risk trying to survive that. Ooh, but we do not have a lot of healing spells here anymore. What are my options? I guess you could toss out Cure 3s. But I'd like to save those, actually. Let's do your Cure 1s. Like that. And I shouldn't need a ton of HP for this next fight because it'll be a very lovely battle. Yes, that's right. It is all the Agamas. Maybe not all of them. There could have been one more there. But it's a good amount of Agamas. Fight probably worth 3 Agamas. We will have to check the videotape later to make certain that we get our full credit for it. But yes, quite a lot of good experience right there. Now we should probably heal up a little bit more if we can. So toss some Cure 2s out there. Let's see. We can probably do this battle pretty fast. It's going to be a neutral start. It's against Fire Elementals coming up here. And Fire Elementals, because they're unrunnable, always going to be a neutral beginning. So 3 or 4 of those. We got a 4-pack here, so Ice 2, 4, toss our last Ice 3s. The question of whether I want to try the R-Giant fight here as well. I think that one might be decent. I don't have any more Ice 3s left, so we're not going to be able to get their weakness out. We'll see how many Agamas decide to show up with the R-Giants. Nice level 24 in the process. Cure 3 on you. Alright, that's as much as I can afford to do. Let's go grab our Pro Cape here. Say goodbye to our friend the Zeus Gauntlet. It served us very well over our adventure here so far. I guess we'll do this. It's barely worth it though. Yeah, Ice 2's the better choice. Debating about Ice 2 versus Lit 3. I'd rather take the bonus damage from the critical than the higher base damage that Lit 3 has to offer. There we go. Alright, that should be everything on Carrie's floor here prior to our Pro Cape. So let's pick that up. Another 8 defense for one of our mages. That is going on to... I don't think Cal could do with 2 heal helmets. I guess Cal's going to get the Pro Cape then. And then Bill's going to have the ribbon. So one's going to have elemental resistance, one's going to have more physical defense. So we'll do this. Just put your heal helmet there. Put your heal helmet there so they're easier to access. And looks good. I think that was a decent trip through there. We got some nice work done, and we didn't use any heal potions. We used very few heal potions in the process. I'll go ahead and get those recovered, and let's think about what our most efficient leveling tact is going to be here. So that was okay-ish. We don't have a ton of spell charges to work with, so I'm wondering if, at least for right now, that the waterfall trap tile grind is going to be our best way to go. And try to do the Wiz Mummy setup for that. I really want to see at least what it's like getting over there. Because it's probably like a minute or so of setup each time to do it. But very, very good experience per step. Alright, what else do we need to pick up? We need a bunch of houses and cabins. I think if we're going into Waterfall, we can actually get... Unrack. So down here, a little bit over to the east. We picked up Nuke. Yes, we have all the spells. So you can see our full collection here. We are about to hit one more level our first cast of 8th tier spells. 26 will be our second cast, and 20 will be our third cast. At that point, you could get to Chaos. I don't know if you could, well, I'm pretty sure you'd have a lot of trouble beating Chaos with only 3 charges, each of Nuke, Nuke, and Fade. But it'd be interesting to see how far you need to go to make it work out. Because it's going to be a long, long grind to get to level 50 on this team, with 4 characters splitting the experience and no really super efficient way to grind monsters. It's going to take you some work getting things done. But we have options. Hey there, Breakdown. Hope you're having a wonderful Wednesday here. We will try and give Chaos the fear, but I'm afraid that it might reflect off of him and land directly on Dan. These things have been known to happen in the past. Also, at this point, money totally irrelevant. We can buy as many houses and cabins as we want, and there's literally nothing else to spend cash on. We have all the equipment that we will ever get in this challenge. All the spells that we think we need as well. There's a couple more that I could maybe think about picking up, but I don't see super high value in them. What was Nuke? And, yeah, in the Final Fantasy II, it's Nuke again. Then it becomes Flare. And they tend to use Flare for a lot of the later games of the series as well. Where I think it's just kind of a generic term. It's not Meteo. Meteo was not in the first game. And it's a more iconic one that they added for the later games of the series. There's a couple things that are not in the first game. There is no Cid in Final Fantasy I. There are no Chocobos. And there are no Muggles in the original. But they have a lot of other things. Like, from the very beginning, there are sci-fi elements. We have nuclear-powered robots, flying castles, regular robots, which are not nearly as cool as the nuclear-powered one. You wish they had Melmond. I'm sure that there is. Somewhere in the many timelines of Final Fantasy XIII too. A town as terrible as Melmond, but you'd have to search really hard to find it. Hey there, Chitin, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful Wednesday here as we work on our Final Fantasy No Fighting Challenge. Done a quick dive into Temple of Fiends. We got everything item-wise out of there, which I am impressed we were able to do at those levels. This is around the level where you'd normally be taking on Tiamat, and a couple levels shorter where randomizer runs you'd be going into Temple of Fiends. But they did very, very nicely getting past both Phantom and Lich there, although reinforcing the need to get some petrifications done. Be interesting to see if the best outcome is like a solo Red Mage versus Lich and just do a bunch of rounds on him, or if that'd be too dangerous for potentially getting nuked a second time. You're not going to survive 2 nukes, and so the alternative is to get the White Mage also in there, because White Mage is going to have okayish hit points and at least do a little bit of damage every round. Is Doma technically worse than Melmond? I'm pretty sure Melmond has way more poison than Doma has ever experienced. The only town that may be worse off than Melmond is the homeland of Dr. Fail. Dr. Fail does some really bad things to his hometown in 7th Saga. Can you harm Lich? Yes. I guess technically Harm does more damage to the Lich 2 than Fire 2 does, by just a tiny amount. But that would cost me Cure 2 slots to get to use. So there's a beautiful out of bounds bat. What is he doing out there? So majestic, so graceful, so extremely out of bounds. Out of bounds bat, our one true friend among all bat kind. And look at him, just chilling out there, having a wonderful day. Alright, so we're gonna do, I think, just fire tubes for this size pack. And we're gonna see how long we can hold up against these whiz mummies. So on average, 1.75 aggro's worth of experience. It's a little bit less than we're getting in Temple of Fiends. Because it's a trap tile, every single step back and forth we get one of these. Well, every other step back and forth. The other step is into the door, which is guaranteed to not be a fight. And out. Nice Nightmare James. Good job on the dragon questing there. But still, plenty more of that game to go. And yes, Llama Pals, you did in fact miss Out of Bounds Bat, but it's okay. It is okay, we will have other opportunities to see him. Is grabbing Light Axe not an option? We have one Light Axe, the other one's in the Sea Shrine. Like 2 Light Axes, a Mage Staff, and a Thor Hammer, I guess I could go pretty much all day long on these things. It's an interesting option in terms of working on this, because for speed, it's probably not the best. You know, you're going to take a lot more actions to kill the mummies, but being able to stick around here for a long time is a pretty good idea. I might go do that. I might go grab the other Light Axe just so I can have super sustained grinds on this tile and only go in and out like every 3 or 4 levels. I mean, as it is, you have probably what, 12 or 13 fights you can do here, but it's paying a 1-minute penalty or so every time that you get through that section of them. Oh, Light Axe for Lich too, so I don't think Light Axe does enough damage. I'd probably want to have the Red Mage using a more powerful spell against Lich 2, and probably the White Mage could use Light Axe to save Cure 2 charges. That wouldn't be a bad idea either. I'm trying to think how much damage that does per round. You need to do 500 damage in hopefully no more than 4 rounds. You might get a bit lucky and get a 5th round in there, but it's not guaranteed. 4 rounds is all that you can rely on to be able to take him out. So are we doing 125 with Light Axe plus, say, Lit 3? We might. It might be enough. Is carrying any other Final Fantasy? So the 4 Fiends of Final Fantasy 1 reprised their role at the end of Final Fantasy 9. So you have Lich, Carrie, Kraken, and Tiamat in FF9 on the final disc. Pretty much, there's like a boss rush towards the very, very end of the game. Hello. Yes, I will take more mummies. Solid 2 Agamas and some change here for each of these. Doing good at pulling our battles up in terms of XP average. Yeah, there's other things that come from Final Fantasy 1 there as well. Like they use Matoya's cave theme in Final Fantasy 9. It was very clearly after Final Fantasy 8 got a lot of criticism for being too crazy and different and dancing in space and other kind of nonsense stuff, but in return, what they said was they're going to be a super strict homage to the beginnings of the series in Final Fantasy 9, and they did that. So you get the most classical Final Fantasy ever, which is Final Fantasy 9, going above and beyond, trying to make it have the old game experience in there. But on top of that, for the time, really good graphics and a really good storyline, and everything about it was super polished. So it came out really, really successfully. And a lot of people say Final Fantasy IX was like really just nailing it for RPGs on the PlayStation 1. Alright, we're about to start running out of Fire 2s here. That's okay. We'll spread out the love. We have Fire 3s. We can try out passing around the Thor Hammer and Light Axe to people, which will stretch us out even further in terms of battles here. But it's a good idea of what our potential XP gain is like going through this. When I consider killing Ace off at some point, the problem is Ace needs to be the tank in a lot of ways. So killing Ace off has the downside of my lead character that's supposed to have all the experience for just being able to get a big pile of HP. And Ace does help out with Lit 3s, Ice 3s, Cure 3s, Fire 3s. Like, there are some fights where Ace doesn't help. Carry, Tiamat, Chaos, but pretty much everything else Ace is like super vital for. I'm gonna give Ace Exit Fog to Invis 2, I will. I've just been lazy about going back over to Crescent Lake. At some point we'll probably get one more pass through our spell list to see if there's anything else we want to pick up. And I think that having more buff spells on Ace will be good, because 6-tier Lit 3s, you don't need a ton. Like, if you have enough Ice 3s to take Kraken out, there's not much that needs Lit 3 overall, unless you want to try to Quake Lich. Which could be funny, but also somewhat unreliable. I think we worked out that Quaking Lich was a 1 in 4 chance. Next level 25, our nukes are arriving. Final Fantasy X was your favorite implementation of active time battle. It was a really neat concept, having the combination of speed as well as turn order pausing in there. I would have been okay if it had, kind of like Final Fantasy 4 and 6, the ability to have other characters advance along and get ready for their commands, so it'd be easier to pass turns back and forth. But I can certainly see why people that like to think about what they're doing every round would really like the system that 10 had. And it had different ways of also manipulating the turn order, because different commands used different amounts of time up. So if you did a quick command, like a quick hit or a low-powered spell, you would move a shorter distance back in the queue than if you did like a really big summon. There should be the rest of our 25s. We have it on everybody now. Nope, a little bit more for Cal. One more battle should get us 25 on Cal. Then everybody's got one more nuke. Let's get one that has more whiz mummies than this. I guess a slight downside of this fight is that you every once in a while have some lower quality battles with only one whiz mummy. On average, you're going to get 3. And best case, you get 5 overall, which is what you want to see as many times as possible. Dragon Quest XI, the thing that frustrated me about the combat system in that game was just the unpredictability about double turning. Because you are, in a lot of Dragon Quest games, kind of pushed to the limit in terms of every round. you are near death. And you have to be healing, you have to be reacting to what the enemy does. And whenever you double turn, particularly in the fights, there's a couple of story sequences where for various reasons they force you to have one character or a small number of characters. Those are really awful for double turning. Like, it forces you to do so much extra grinding to be able to survive those, when it is like an artifact of how the system works for doing the turn run. That kind of felt like it was the least polished thing about Dragon Quest XI's combat system, was just the turn order mechanics of it. So you do have a light axe here, and we can move Thor down to you. You'll see how long Bill holds out here on just spells. You can ice, you can also ice. Actually, 2 ice 2s is probably not enough to take out the Whiz Mummies. I should throw at least 1 fire 3 per round. Oh, and Bill, petrified by the cockatrice. That is uncommon, but not impossible. You get those periodic 3 out of 256s. And for everyone who does not have the ribbon, they are slightly more vulnerable than 3 out of 256 to a cockatrice blow. Yeah, the Switch version of Dragon Quest XI is going to have the 2D mode, which was in the Japanese 3DS version. They decided not to bring the 3DS version to the US, but this is basically the thing that 2D mode was known for on the 3DS, which is you have these really compact maps. They're generally small, but it does the traditional random encounters. There's no way to dodge them. Exploration's a little bit faster as a result, but you have to deal with more of the monsters along the way. And I think it's going to be a pretty interesting one. I did play all the way through Dragon Quest XI when it first came out on PS4. And I'll probably do something for Dragon Quest XI in the future, but because I've got Final Fantasy and Dragon Warrior 4 right now, it is tough for me to commit to those. Someday, though. Someday we will have our time. Happy to see the changed alchemy pot. Yeah, you can craft anywhere, I believe, in the Switch version. Which I never felt like super limited by having to craft at the campsites on PS4. But it just like takes out the element of, I got my really cool item I was trying to grind out. Now where is the stupid fire so I can go and use the forge? That I get. Like, it didn't really add much to have the forced location for it. Look at Ace getting stoned there. Gotta have more respect for the job and your teammates, Ace. Get back out there. Could you buy ingredients in the PS4 version? Yes. So, it wasn't at the forge itself, but it was right next to it. Usually there'd be a vendor there who had weapons, armor, and ingredients for sale. I don't know if they're going to change what ingredients are available overall, but usually like every area had like 3 or 4 ingredients that you could buy at each vendor. Does Ace have ribbon? Yes, Ace does have ribbon on, but there's a 3 in 256 chance, it's about a 1.5% chance that the game will ignore your magic defenses, and that's the critical hit system from Dungeons & Dragons peeking through, where there's always a chance of a critical failure. Guess Ice 3 or... oh, just Thor. Hey, the Ultima, welcome in. Is it going well today? I would say we've done a lot. We are basically just grinding our brains out to see if we can get through Temple of Fiends. I'm only level 25 right now, but we've done all the Fiends. We even got the Pro Cape out of Temple of Fiends, so... whenever I think I've got enough nukes and fades, we just dive down there and clear the place out. Speaking of which, I'll probably have to go back for supplies here in just a second. We're getting very close to the end of how much I can do in this trip. I kind of wanted to get level 26 for my second nuke, but it'll have to wait. Oh, Switch doesn't even make you, like, find the vendor. It just says, here's how much it costs. That would be really nice. Because it was a big pain in the PS4 version to remember what vendor had what ingredients. And so you're always just continuously trying to search for things to make sure that you were stocked up on all the supplies that you needed. So just having an automatic purchase option, I'm totally in favor of that. It's cutting out the middleman of a bunch of merchant shopping and searching around. Okay, you guys have lit 3s. You might just have ice 3. Which I assure you still does at least some damage to Frost Gators and Red Caribou. Even if it's not as much. Hey, Prophet NES. Yes, no fight command. We can use magic, we can use items, we can drink things, can run away from battles, but we cannot physically attack any of the monsters. This is a suggestion here. Go into Temple of Fiends, grab the second light axe. See if we can basically make ourselves self-sustaining for getting through, like, the waterfall section. Do another level there. I think that the couple levels that we've gotten, at some point it's going to switch back to being more advantageous to do Temple of Fiends for the grind. Just because the higher XP per battle is going to win out over the consistency over time, I think. Like, at some point you simply can't beat getting like 6 or 8 agos worth of experience per battle. I'm past voting for Temple of Fiends. Temple of Fiends also very terrifying. That's the downside. Be really cool if I could get to like the lowest floor and be able to do like Tiamat and the vampires and other nice stuff down there, but that would be pretty difficult to survive that long and then have resources left over every time we went through it. Waterfall's blah, but it's got out of bounds bat. What more could you want in a location besides a bat that is your one true friend among all bat kinds? That is a hard thing to top. The Fiends all give you 1 golden experience. Phantom gives you 1 and 1. The Fiends give you like 2,000 XP and 1 gold. It's not worth grinding the Fiends, like definitely not. But their floors have like some of the best fights in the game, other than maybe like the Gasties on the top floor where Phantom is. Because all the Fiend floors, like, you got quadruple Agama fights, you have the gigantic piles of monsters, like you can get 2 Gur Sharks and 2 Big Eyes, just 3.6 Agamas worth of experience on the Kraken's floor. Get like 9 vampires or other crazy stuff. Like, it is loaded for XP. Can this group take down a war mech? They're getting close. I'm not gonna say it's possible yet, but they would have a legitimate shot at level 26. War mech, though, only 14 Agamas worth of experience and a lot of setup work to get to him. Hey there, Overlord 2D. Challenge is going pretty good. We got everything in the base game done. All that's left is to defeat Chaos. Well, get a lot of levels and then defeat Chaos, because that'll be pretty much required. And then which of these rooms is the light axe? I think bottom left is Power Glove in base game, so this would be the light axe room. Yeah, we'll do bottom side. Like, maybe just do like trap tiles like this. It would be probably not advisable. in terms of damage you take. You can also do like the Gershark Wizzahag trap tile, which is in the center. That one is best case 2.1 Agamas. I think it might average like 1.6 Agamas worth of experience. Not terrible, but I think the fact that Gershark has so much HP makes it a rough one. Alright, so now we got the extra light axe there, so that's going to be Bill's weapon. So if we want to do Waterfall, light axe, mage staff, light axe, Thor hammer, gives everybody an option in order to be able to do damage per round. And so we just be there trying to grind out those battles, and our only spells would go into basically whatever it takes to recover our HP. Because rather than buying a bunch of heal potions, I'd rather use my cures and heals. And that would last a long time, because you don't take a lot of damage in the waterfall overall. So that's one possibility. Are Agamas worthwhile? Agamas are only 1 Agama worth of experience, and with only being able to use spells, there's no fast way to kill them. What makes them super good normally is that you can get a great sword like the Excalibur, or the Mazmoon, or the Sun Sword that can one-shot them, and just boom, Agama, boom, Agama, boom, Agama. And that's where you get super fast leveling. But here you don't have as many options thanks to the restriction of the challenge. Alright, there's your last lit 3. Just trying to grab some of the experience along the way. Increase our value for this light axe trip. We actually might be close enough here to get level 26 before leaving. I want to see where we are in this level. I know Cal is the furthest away from the level up. And if we can start getting 26, that'd be our second nuke charge. That would be pretty big for taking out things like Gasties. Oh, you need 13,000. It's like 12 more fights. Could potentially be doable. But it's a lot of work here. Let's see what happens. Might be able to get Bill or Dan at least one charge if we can't get Cal his charge yet. I don't know how Cal got so far behind. I know he was dead at one point for a little bit, but I didn't think he missed out on like 10,000 experience. Oh, it was the end of... Well, there was the TMF fight. It's a couple thousand, but Cal might have died on Kraken as well. I guess a couple of bosses would be worth a decent amount there. Hey, two leggings, why do I change their position? So, the order of your characters actually does influence the targeting of this game. So your first character slot, the one that's at the top, has a 50% chance of being targeted by physical attacks, as well as all single target spells. Your second character has a 25% chance, and your third and fourth characters are a 12.5% chance each. Actually slightly off of that because of a bug, but it's close to 12.5%. So you want to have your person with the best defense in the top of the party. Top of the party also has a couple of other side effects, like monsters running away is influenced by the level of your top character. Whether you get a first strike or an ambush is very slightly influenced by your top character's stats. So there are things that kind of go into the formula for a couple things, but the big thing is just targeting. And the likelihood there means that if you had somebody soft and squishy at the top, they would be dead almost within a couple of fights. Whereas Red Mage, Opal Bracelet, got a lot of HP, he's able to tough things out for a lot longer. There's a bug in Final Fantasy. I know, it's hard to believe. It is hard to believe, but true. There is something that does not work properly in this game. So you guys are still doing Lit 2s. We should be almost done with our Lit 3s. Yeah, we'll thaw these guys out with some nukes and see what else we can take on here. Pete and Gerpete are the only bugs. There may be some other insects, arthropods, and miscellaneous bug types. Pete and Gerpete are actually... Well, Pete is Ankeg. I don't know what Gerpete is in Dungeons & Dragons terms. There's probably some upgraded version of the Ankeg that it corresponds to, but I can't think of what the Super Ankeg type is supposed to be like. Yeah, I was thinking carrion crawler, but doesn't a carrion crawler have more of a worm shape to it than an Ankeg does? This is what I'm not certain of whether they are functionally close enough to be equivalent or not. To the Rulebooks by Shaywolf. There's another 1.4 Agamas worth of experience there. And our first level 26 by Ace, who unfortunately is not the person that we need to get levels on. Oh, also we have only 4 pure potions. I bet I can get through Waterfall with that. Once we get into the trap tile fight, we don't need to worry about being poisoned. How close are you guys? A couple thousand away. So unlikely to do out here. Let's drop down our house and cabin, go inside, and see if we can get at least a level, if not 2 or 3, out of the waterfall here before we go into our official Temple of Fiends dive. Also, these levels are getting us really close to being able to survive nuke guaranteed on our first 2 characters, which is going to be important. We need 401 hit points to be totally safe for 1 round. Although obviously still very dangerous if Lit decides to bust something out like that. Hey there, Day Sleeper X, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful Wednesday here as we do our Final Fantasy No Fighting Challenge. Our challenge right now, to murder as many monsters as we can, so I get more nuke and fade charges. I'll be really interested to see just how economical we can be, getting down to the bottom of Temple of Fiends. Never killed a Gerpete on PSP. They're actually not that common, so I'm not surprised. They're an uncommon monster in Ice Cave, an uncommon monster in the Onrak area. And they never appear outside of those 2 spots, I think. Well, is that true? Or is there also a Gerpete? There might be a Gerpete around the Cardia Islands. So there could be 1 more spot for him. I guess this is as good as it's gonna be. Let's try this. Alright, Waterfall Trap Tile. This time with everybody having a usable item. And we'll see if this kills Whiz Mummies reliably or not. That is gonna be my big question of how sustainable it is. If we can 1 round Whiz Mummies between these 4 attacks, then we're pretty much golden for as much XP as we want to grab. Typically spend as little time as possible in the Ice Cave. Very good idea. A lot of people say Marsh Cave is the most notoriously awful Final Fantasy dungeon, but really the Ice Cave is. Ice Cave is the worst. Marsh Cave is just kind of bad, because it's a big jump up in difficulty from things that you have fought before in the game. But Ice Cave, with the mages, the sorcerers, the convoluted layout, it's really rude. A little bit easier in the remakes, because they don't have to worry about the mages, for the most part. But oh boy, is it tough. Hey there, Monkey Breath, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful Wednesday here. I'm glad you could join us for some Final Fantasy. Alright, we were a little bit short on that Wizmummy. That is not too bad from what we've seen so far in damage. Drive-by's warming up to the fires of Melmond only if you need some heavy metal poisoning to go along with your fiery burning. There are, of course, downsides, being within 5,000 miles of the town of Melmond, most of them involving extreme health hazards. Hey there's just a bear, welcome back. So what have we done today? We've gotten all the fiends killed. We have gotten the Pro Cape out of Temple of Fiends Revisited. And now we're just working on our levels. I have hit level 26 more or less, and that's our second charge of Nuke/Fade. We need 28 for our third charge, so it's a bit of work to get these. And I'm starting to think about how many do I truly need to be able to finish the game. Because going all the way to level 50, that's going to take a while. It's going to be a big time investment to be able to grind everybody up. So what could we do to make it less nuke required? We already know that Phantom goes down with fire. Lich, we can use a lot of different ideas on him, but maybe like Lit 3s could be a good choice there. Carry, maybe we defense White Shirt and then just slowly chip away. We have to survive a lot of fire 3s, which is like 120 damage a pop. So that does add up, but maybe we could make that work. Kraken's gonna be Lit 3s and Ice 3s. Tiamat's a tough one. You have 1100 health, really no good ways of damaging her either, besides getting the nukes and fades out there, and Chaos is the really tough one. Because certainly pre-Cure 4, you're going to be in a bad spot if you lose your nuke and fade charges. Post-Cure 4, like you could wait for it to happen and hope that he does Cure 4 quickly, and then you just go after him at that point, but could you win before he's going to get like nukes off? That's a big question. Do I want a level-wise reference? Sure, like any ideas that you've got for what you think the minimum viable level is would be interesting. Like currently I'm tossing around doing a trip in with 4 casts of Nuke and Fade each. That'd be 12 total. If we can save like 9 for Chaos, I think we'd be a pretty decent shape. And try to go about it that way. Like we can do a little bit of damage with Ice 3s. You know, we're not totally out of the water once we've used our charges up. But it's our really big chance of doing them. So that would give me 1 that I need to use on Wall, and like 2 I could use on Tiamat, which is about, optimistically, half her health. Could be a little bit lower. Okay, level 31, so that would be... You'd have had 16 charges. Which I think I need to go to level 34 to get 15 charges. So we're thinking pretty similar terms in terms of what would be a likely successful route through it. So I'm glad we're not too far off on that. It just kind of shows that we will definitely need to get some good grind spots. And I'm still thinking about Temple of Fiends. If we can get something really going there, I don't know if we can realistically do the top floor with the Gasties and the Badmen. But we can definitely do second floor. Chimera, Chimera, Zombies, occasional Frost Giant, maybe a Frosty instead downstairs. Slimes are around there. There's definitely things that could happen. And maybe the Mage Fighter is worth it. Mage Fighter shouldn't be an ambush. So we would be able to get a neutral start on there. It's not going to waste a ton of time. Rub's not going to do anything. And Fighter's not going to be all that offensive, so that could be like some pretty good free experience as well. But of course the big question, is it better? Because of the time taken to walk around and get the battles versus this, where you get a battle every single step. Think about Carrie's floor. Yeah, we went down there for the Pro Cape. You get the Agamas, you get the Fire Elementals. The Red Giants do hurt a bit. The Red Ds, how bad is Blaze gonna be? Is that gonna kill Cal is the question. It would be kind of risky on Cal. Well, I could maybe move Ribbon onto Black Mage, because White Mage has fire resistance from the White Robe. That could be a way to get everybody fire protected and do that floor a bit. Earth Cave, you'd have Earth Elementals and Gurmedusas. You wouldn't really want to do the Mudgalls, but the other two monsters are okay. Problem is you really have to have a floor that is like nothing but good monsters, because the Fiends are going to be a bit of a pain to get past. Neither Black Shirt nor Pro Cape gives fire resistance. Black Shirt is time and ice resistance, and Pro Cape is just defense. It does not actually give you any elemental properties whatsoever. It's a really good defensive item because it's the only thing that goes into Mage's shield slots. But the only bonus is +8 physical resist. Yeah, I'm trying to scan through Fire Floor, so I guess the only other thing that is really common there would be Grey Worm. And Grey Worm's not like super dangerous, so we can just run from it. But how would we realistically kill that many fire monsters? Like, yeah, Black Shirt, unlimited ice 2s. Thorhammer's neutral, so you could get a lit 2 per round out of like the White Mage. We'll call that like a half ice 2 or so. But you pretty much need to be spending an ice 2, maybe 2 of them off of the other 2 characters there, and that is eventually going to run out. Like, you're not going to be able to sustain that for more than a couple fights. So some tricky considerations involved. Now, let's see where we are on our levels. I think Bill's the closest leveling up. 15,000 to go. Alright, we got a little bit of time here. Maybe more leveling than I had planned for. I've been spoiled by all of my recent solo character challenges and how fast they level up in those. It's amazing what you can do with one person, a Mazmune, and a whole bunch of Agamas. Level 50 is like 2 or 3 hours. Or in the case of Black Belt, just their bare hands. They're pretty ferocious at destroying everything in their path. So, mummies at 1.7 Agamas apiece. If we need 15,000 on Bill, probably like 20,000 on Cal at this point. We're near the point of maximum XP per level up. Like, it increases slowly over time. where every level costs a little bit more than the previous one, until you get about level 30 or so, which is what we are getting towards. We're in the high 20s right now. We're in the mid 20s. And at that point, it flattens out. So there's a certain spot where it stops getting more difficult to get the levels. So I think we're getting close to what it's going to be like for every level after this in terms of work here. And if the mummies are going to be giving me probably 30 battles per level. And Temple of Fiends is like 12 to 15 battles a level. Does the walking make enough of a difference? It is going to be close. Marcus, welcome back. And thank you very much for bringing some friends there as well. How is the XP grind? Well, we have just gotten our first couple of 8th tier spells here. We're working right now on the waterfall. This is our little bit of trial experiment for seeing how well we can sustain a grind without having to go up for air in between a lot of the fights. I think this one at like 1.75 Agamas is going to be okay-ish if you want to be persistent at it. But we are still kind of debating about whether this is better or worse than Temple of Fiends. Temple of Fiends, the final dungeon of the game, has super great experience everywhere, but it's very, very dangerous, and so you have to keep going in and out to recover your spell charges throughout there. Plus we're using a trap tile here, which means we get the battles super fast back to back. But tell me how your stream went there, Marcus. I saw you popped off and evidently had a little bit of a good time there. Hope everything went well today. Hey there, Meta Forever. Thank you very much. We've been working on this challenge for a little bit here, so we are starting to get a pretty good idea of how it's supposed to work out. And as this was a viewer-suggested challenge, it's one that I didn't have any information going in on about how challenging it would be or how to do some of the sections, so it was kind of a neat puzzle. Figuring out, like, early game, how do you just, like, finish fights with your very limited spell charges, and now late game, it's been more a trick to figure out how do you get enough advancement to be able to progress on in the game. Did a bit of routing for Dark Souls, nice. Only using the starter gear sounds like a pretty substantially challenging fare in there. Dark Souls is one of those games where it's so impressive to watch, because if you've played the game at all, then you know how hard it is. Like, you know, like, you struggled with all of the bosses, just getting through the hallways, you were killed over and over again. And even if you haven't played the game, it's still really visually impressive for the speedrunning tricks of it. Some games have speedrunning tricks that are very subtle. Like, unless the person tells you that, oh, I'm manipulating this to happen, or I made a monster do something that would not normally be what they would take an action for, you're not going to realize, like, all the work that goes into it. But Dark Souls, that series, it's, like, very obvious, the level of skill involved. Hey there, Avin, welcome in, and Cyan, welcome in as well. Hope you're both having a wonderful Wednesday here. Oh, nice source system error. Yeah, Temple of Fiends, I think if you did a fish in Temple of Fiends grinding, could definitely be a very profitable trip through there. I just kind of despairing the Gastian Badman, which is normally the best XP in the game, but I don't have anybody that can guarantee on all 4 positions that we're going to survive it. Hey there, Runji. Is there a GitHub repo for the software that reads the game text for randomizer? No, it's pretty much very heavily handcrafted. Because Final Fantasy is like a super low resolution game. Like an NES has got a 240 pixel display. Like, it is absolutely tiny compared to modern video. You have to be, like, very pixel sensitive. Like, a lot of the lettering for, like, the text in here, 1 or 2 pixels just changes what the characters mean. And most modern vision recognition is used to having a very high resolution but error-prone type of input, and it corrects for that. And it doesn't work for like an NES video capture, at least as far as I found. At least right now, Rinji, I don't have it available, but it's something that one day I hope to clean up to the point where I could release it. Because a lot of it right now is tied up into like everything that goes into Final Fantasy. And the vision recognition, because it's been kind of stable and working for a long time, is in really bad shape. I haven't touched it for many, many months. And so it hasn't had the same type of polish that the rest of it's gotten for getting improvements and just getting to the point of better stability, which is something that's been on my backlog for a bit. Oh yeah, Jared, reading Japanese text on the NES is rough. Like, they are very approximate in terms of how they do a lot of characters. So like, even if you know Japanese, like some basic familiarity, until like the Super Nintendo era, where they could actually have enough resolution to get a vague blobby character in there, it's a lot of creative interpretation. So you have to fill in a lot of gaps when reading things. Like, I do much better like PlayStation era, sometimes Super Nintendo, for like being able to read things. NES is tough. The 8-bit era was somewhat restrictive in terms of what you had for programming resources, and I'm surprised they did as much as they could with what they had. It's always impressive kind of looking at these games and knowing that you can't patch them, you have no customer feedback or stuff from users, you have a tiny test team, if any testers at all, besides the programmers, and there's like no tools or libraries that Nintendo's providing for it. Like, everything's made by the publisher. But they made games like even to this level of functionality. Oh, interesting, Rinji. If you've got, like, experience with doing Twitch add-ons, that'd be kind of interesting to have some other ways of interacting with Final Fantasy. Doing Twitch extensions is something that I've looked into, and it's kind of scary considering everything's very much fragile in terms of, like, all the video handling code and all that, but being able to push things out to people's client displays for customization would be a really neat idea for improving these type of fantasy game experiences. Well, I think still, like, only 50% of people or so can use extensions, because there's a lot of limitations for, like, mobile support, as well as non-browser clients in general. Alright, Marcus, have a good night. Thanks for dropping by again, and enjoy that cleaning. Also, pleasant dreams. Alright, Bill's 27. We're getting close to Cal here. Cal's gonna be the last one to get it. Yeah, 2,000 more XP to go. We're one level away from our third charge of Nuke, and I want to compare 27 versus 28, doing 28 in Temple of Fiends, to see if we're better enough at this point to do a reasonable grind there. We went into Temple of Fiends last time at like level 22 or 23, so we have gotten a couple levels since then. Nuke's a big one. A lot more charges of Lit 3 and Ice 3 will be pretty useful to have around. And I want to find out how well we can fare. Probably second floor, I would say. The Chimeras, the Zombie Ds, that gives me an Ice monster, a Fire monster. Do I have a Lightning monster in there to use charges on? I guess we could do Chimeras with Lightning once we run out of Ice spells. So we have probably a way to use up all of our useful abilities in there. Hey there, Captain Waddle-Dee. What is my favorite Final Fantasy job between the entire series? Oh. Definitely not Thief. That is the worst character in Final Fantasy 1 and has not been done particularly well in the later games either, but favorite character. I'm big on summoners. I thought that Rydia was a really great character in Final Fantasy 4. And I think the summoner concept overall was used pretty creatively in a lot of games. So that's usually like one of my go-tos for what makes Final Fantasy distinctive from other RPG series, is that the summoner role is something that I haven't seen in a lot of other games. Whereas you got like black mages and white mages and fighters and all the kind of basic archetypes pretty uniformly across a lot of different RPGs over time. And if I had to do this again, would I choose the same party now that I'm this far in? It's a pretty good question because we knew that it was going to be a gamble doing the Red Mage going into this. Because the Red Mage never gets nukes and fades. So you're trading an earlier game that is easy for a late game that requires more grinding. And I would say, because I had so few problems with the early game, like once we got through the very basic stuff, like, you know, past Lich and all that, really no difficulties at killing things. It kind of comes down to whether I think that I'd be willing to take a second white mage here. As much as I want to have another black mage, their HP situation is just very bad. And that's going to be a tough thing to get much lower levels on, is without more strong levels for their HP, they're just not going to survive very long in any of the fights. Whereas white mage and red mage have about the same hit point totals. So would I take a second white mage here? Probably. But it would slow you down a lot. At least until you get to Peninsula Power. And at Peninsula Power, then maybe you pretty much break even at that point in terms of speed. To the airboat. Alright, we're gonna go grab level 28 here in Temple of Fiends. We'll give a rough comparison to what the time was like for level 27 at the waterfall. I think this is gonna be faster. But of course, we have to measure to make certain. Let's see, let's get close enough to everybody being at full health so that House will do the job. Alright. Skip one for the Frosty. Does that make sense? Yes. We could probably skip two for Frosties. Gives me one Frosty still on the first floor, and I should be able to get Chimera Jamera on the second floor after that. What is the estimated time for this run? My initial estimate was 11 hours as the upper bound. I think that's still pretty reasonable. Because it gives me like 2.5 hours to grind and then crack at Temple of Fiends. But I don't know if we're going to be first try successful at Temple of Fiends or not. That would be a really big question. If we get to Chaos and die, then, you know, it's like 30-35 minutes a try. But certainly the leveling. I feel like the pace that we're on, I should have at least 12 nukes and fades, if not 15 for my first try in there. And we seem to be converging on the possibility that's enough, if we're creative on carry. Alright, Chimera Chimera versus Plain Chimera. We're going to take Chimera Chimera. Even though there's a chance you get slightly less experience, on average you get more. We got the slightly less. It happens. Alright, Badman upstairs versus Zombie D here. Definitely Badman worth more experience. Also more terrifying, so we should probably do them early. See what happens. It is 2.5 to 4.5 Agamas worth of experience on these Badmen. At least want to give it a go to see what happens. Oh boy, we got all of them. We got all of them. Let's try to defense for safety. You can Mage Staff. We're going for the nukes. 2 nukes hopefully is enough to take him out. All the bad men in the whole world. No, there are more bad men. There are more bad men where these came from. There is no shortage of bad and evil people in this game. And we will punch all of them. If only we could punch things. Our one flaw. Alright, definitely really good experience there. I don't know if I want to double nuke, but if this is the only thing I use nuke on, then that XP is crazy for that. That's like 3 of the fights that we were getting in Waterfall. Maybe 2.5 Waterfall fights. Let's try another one of those. This is versus Zombie D's downstairs. Average of 3 Zombie D's a trip. This is respectable. Okay, you're gonna toss 1 nuke here. Let's be a little bit more conservative and... yeah, probably just Litto. Here's the opposite end. 5 is the minimum number of Batman that you can get. So we've seen both the high end and the low end of that fight now. These more misunderstood, man, they are definitely, in many ways, coming to grips with their moral shortcomings, let's say. Still, that's probably the same as the best fight that you're going to get in the waterfall. Here is Slime's average of 3 Agamas on this, and we get 3 exactly. Nice system here. Got through Lich 1, I'm assuming. If you got through Lich 2, I'd be really impressed by now. But even Lich 1 is a pretty beastly chunk of the game, because that stretch at the beginning is usually like the bottleneck for a lot of challenge runs, where you just don't have the resources to work around some of the problematic sections. It always feels like the very beginning and the very end are where challenge runs get stuck. The middle always seems to go really well. Like once you get past Lich, up through like Kraken, That stretch tends to be like consistently good no matter what situation you're in. Alright, if we're crazy enough to try Badman, let's try the Gasties again. We tried one Gasty battle before. Cal did not like that. But let's see if the situation has improved any from the first time out. So you got some cures as well. There we go. Alright, experimental Gasty fight. It's this or Frost Giant. I really don't want to do Frost Giant. Alright, only 2 again. I was hoping for as many as possible here, so that we get more return on our value for these Ice 3s. Alright, Cal should survive 1 poison. Yeah, 138's not bad. That is definitely survivable. Now, whether he's going to survive a second poison is very questionable. But Gasty is done. Alright. Decent. Yeah, that's like 7 or so Badmen worth of experience. That's not bad. You're definitely getting some okay value out of that. I think I'm too terrified of the Gasties to think about anything else. They're just so deadly in speedruns, and having to work around them is a huge pain whenever we try to plan out, like, regardless of what category you're doing, whether it is single segment or any percent or a marathon route. I don't think I've ever seen a speedrun that actually includes Gasties intentionally. Also, Fred, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful Wednesday here. I saw that there was some coding with Fred on earlier today, and I hope you had a good time doing that. Ooh, interesting. No opening chest would be a pretty interesting challenge run as well. That's definitely got one of those surprisingly difficult aspects to it, because so much of Final Fantasy comes out of treasure chests, at least the first one. There's very little that you can get out of shops out of like the first quarter of the game. And then everything that you need basically is just after that. Like, you could probably get away with a black belt party, because you can buy things like gold bracelets and pro rings, but pretty much everybody else is kind of owned. Stay down here for more Chimera. Chimera's been doing pretty good for me. I should probably compare it to Mage Fighter at some point, but I feel like Chimera, on average, should be more XP here. Alright, that zombie went really well. Probably stick with that, and we're already up to level 28, so definitely faster here getting that level than we did in the waterfall. Again, even though we are taking time in between fights, We'll have to recover our spell charges in here. This is definitely faster than the waterfall for advancement. So I like this strategy for getting the levels that we need. Picking up right now our 3rd charge of Nuke and Fade, for those that have it. I think it's 3 levels for our 4th charge, and then 6 levels for our 5th charge. Don't quote me on some of those numbers, but it's approximately 6 levels to have 5 charges on the party. And at that point, I think we'd have a pretty good chance of being able to take out everything on the way down. It'd be a very tricky couple of fights. But overall, I think doable. Hey there, Apnost. Welcome in. Why are Batman called Batman? It's a great question because Black Knight would totally fit. You could do B.Knight. They could put D.Knight for the Death Knights. Like, there's a lot of ones which are renamed for no conceivable reason. I'm sure they had some idea of why they did it when they were doing the localization for it. But these are the backstories that are probably never going to be found out because there's no design documents that we know of outside of Square, and really nobody that worked on the localization or a lot of the basic programming of Final Fantasy is still around in the industry today. What is deadlier, 9 sentries or 9 evil men? I mean, evil man only has like, what, a 1 in 16 chance of nuking you? And that's after 2 rounds? You could take out 9 evil men and barely break a sweat. So I would definitely take 9 evil men over 9 sentries. Sentries hit really hard. They're pretty easy, 150 damage to whoever they target, and armor does not really do much to keep you safe. Also, Celia, welcome in. How's it going in the finale? So we've done everything that we need quest-wise. At this point, we just need levels to be able to get enough nukes and fades to get the job done. And we're kind of trying to figure out exactly how many are required here. Currently, I've got 3. 4 seems like the absolute bare minimum, and 5 seems like a more reasonable number to have on each person. Alright. Admin here. Use a lit 2. You've got your nuke. And just hoping that Cal goes reasonably soon for this 3-act worth of experience. I think I stay up here for a Ghastly fight next as well. The always fun Gas Dragons of Doom. That's what my Ice 3s are going for. Alright, I think Ace is going to be fine. Even if we get 4 Gasties, those ribbons do have a lot of resistance potential. It is Cal that is going to be in trouble in this fight most of the time here. And only 2 again. We have yet to get more Gasties than that. I'm surprised. 2, 3, and 4 have equal odds of showing up. Just means that we're going to have to try again on this next fight. Actually, we'll do Chimera Chimera. I'll save my Ghastly for after our slime battle. Excellent, nobody dead. Nobody dying is pretty much the most I can hope for in those fights. Alright, heal 2's next. Be nice if we had had those heal 2s for in battle, but it is unlikely I'll ever get the turns for it. You don't want to use your Ice 3 yet, but you can use the Lit 3 instead. You've got a nice 2, you've got a nice 2. And that should still be enough damage to kill the Chimeras. Excellent. Alright, slimes up next. Ideally hoping for 8 slimes. We'll see what we get. Could be as few as 4 if we're unlucky. Alright, Bad Road. Have a good one. Thanks for hanging out, and pleasant dreams. I will not even deign to use Fire 3s here. These slimes have disappointed me for the last time. Probably not true. They are very likely to disappoint me again in the future. I can almost guarantee it, in fact. Alright, then we can probably drop a heal 2 at that point. Another heal 2. And one more cure. Because we got a Ghastly fight coming up. Possibly our last one of these that we can take. A triple. So that's our first bigger pack of those. Need staff Ice 3, and Ice 3. At least they have some weakness. If they were neutral to all elements, they'd be almost impossible to take down. Unless you've got a really good fighter with a Excalibur coming through this pack, would be easily able to chew up most parties in a casual playthrough as well. Pretty good there, and let's see how we're doing. And we're about 2/3 of the way through level 28 here, on our path to 29. So that is about the same time as it took us to get 1 level in the waterfall. We got probably at least a level and a half here. I'm definitely digging this. Should be our ideal grind spot for our nuke acquisitions. Okay, Zombie D down. Do I go after the next? No, we can't go after another Ghastly. We could do Frost Giant Frostwolf though. Even though we don't have a ribbon on everybody, the black shirt does give me ice resistance. So I could use that to hope that Cal is going to be relatively safe here. I'm just trying to push on a little bit so I can get my next slime fight and my next zombie fight before warping out. Hey there, Green Pen. This was a viewer-suggested one, so I'm definitely happy that it was one that turned out to be both really fun for me as well as really interesting to kind of route out, because coming into it I had no idea what it was going to be like. A lot of the challenges that I've done in the past for Final Fantasy have been things that have at least been done in the past, so I knew, like, 1, it's possible, 2, is it something that takes a day, a week, a year to do these type of things? But this one was feasibly scoped, very clear rule set, so you weren't like having to have a whole bunch of little bit of ideas and micro rulings about things. And so I thought it was a very lovely challenge proposal. Gonna take a year, probably not a whole year for Solo Thief. No class change, but it feels like a year. Solo Thief no class change is the probably worst ever idea you could do for Final Fantasy. I think it'd be a solid month. I don't think it'd be a year. But you have to grind pre-Astos on like the ogres with a scimitar to like level 34. You're going to regret that experience for a long time. And all levels have to be perfect. Just like we did with the solo Black Mage. It is definitely a thing. When am I doing it? Well, I think I've done enough solo character classes for the interlude between Seasons 3 and Season 4. Between Season 4 and Season 5, I'll probably do White Mage. And we'll see if Final Fantasy ever takes a break after that again. Maybe that is my permanent end to interludes once Thief is my only choice left. Okay, we are down to nothing but lit 3s here. Should be probably good. Third glitch review state the Melmon in 70 times. First of all, if you eat at the Melmon Inn even twice, you are probably going to be in such digestive distress that you will be unable to continue staying at the Melmon Inn ever again. But second, as much as your wily ways might fool people into thinking that Melmond is an acceptable place to visit, it is not. We must always remember, Melmond is the most terrible place on the entire planet. Justice ML, welcome in. Who is a true pacifist run? There have been ideas like that. People do like low-level challenges where you only get the minimum experience possible, which is beating the required bosses and nothing else. Those are certainly a thing to behold, because if you imagine that you're going through Temple of Fiends at level 9, you can get there. I think level 9 is the minimum that you can beat the game at. It is definitely a challenge getting through some of those stretches. Like, obviously you can't be nuked by Lich. You've got to like Bane Sword Chaos. It is a lot of work getting through it. Hey Matrick, 4 white mages can thankfully be done without using fear strats. 4 white mages is actually not too bad. Like, that was when I did 4 white mages in like 10 hours. I felt like it could have been done probably in 9 hours with a little bit better luck, because it was the only reason it was over 10 hours was because we died at Chaos and I redo all the Temple of Fiends. Oh, for pacifist. I guess that's kind of like being a pacifist. You heal up everybody for all the injuries that you cause afterwards. Let's see who's got some more cures. You got a little bit of curing here. There we go. Alright. Very good trip to the Temple of Fiends. We basically got almost 2 levels in the process. I don't need to skip. I think it was 2 battles to get rid of the early Frosties. Frosty, a relatively poor monster fight. Not a lot of experience relative to the damage that they can do. And even though we do have ice resistance on everybody, Blizzard's still a pretty top tier skill overall. So instead we'll just get 1. 1 Frosty is enough for me. Or 1 Frosty fight, that is. Thanks. Thanks for the Blizzard. It is just what I wanted for Christmas. Try again. I'll take the Chimeras instead. Chimera's at least a decent battle, even if I lose a Chimera for it. The regular Chimera is worth a little bit less experience on average. Although, worst case, Chimera is slightly lower. Hey, we got all 4 of them, so we came out pretty good on this one. I will take that. I know, I should have told them how awesome their Blizzard was. It only encouraged them to keep doing it. When you're doing speedruns, those are super rough as well, because you've got... It's a 25% chance of Blizzard. And if you get like 3 or 4 blizzards right at the beginning of the run, like that is so many heal potions to cost you that almost instantly from the start, you're in danger of not having enough heal potions to finish the game. So it's like the worst feeling in the world. Like you're starting out a 25-minute long dungeon, and within the first 30 seconds, you're not certain that at 24 minutes in, you have to reset and try again. It's like, couldn't you have at least tricked me into going a little bit further before dropping this wonderful bit of news? Alright, so Zombie D's, we got Slime, got level 29 happening. It should be level 31, I believe, for the next nuke charge. So we got 2 more levels before that'll show up. And that's pretty much our first realistic, even slim chance of being able to finish. And we think it's more likely that I'll need 5 nuke and fade charges to be able to do it, which is another 3 levels past that. So definitely some work ahead of us, but we will put that work in. Because I feel like our basic plan is correct. There's 29 for Cal, and that should be our last person with level 29. Hello, Slimes. Bring some more friends next time. If I'm going to do Ghasties, I should probably do them pretty early, so that I know I've got a lot of healing left to go afterwards. Once you get far enough in that you've used up your last charges of life, or the spells are at the same tier as life, that's where you got to be very much more careful about the battles that you take. Let's do it. Alright, so we have Plain Cures on you. A couple Plain Cures on you. Okay, I'll heal up there. Let's do our Ghasty fight. This gets rid of a Frost Giant Frostwolf, so not a huge loss on the other side. Ghasty corresponds to a whole bunch of encounters downstairs because it's got such a high popularity rate that they used multiple slots for it. And another time, we only get 2 Ghasties here. I mean, I feel like I shouldn't complain. Like, you always want to have fewer gas dragons, but this is the rare circumstance where having 4 would be acceptable. Here we go. Alright. Good battle there. Pop down for our chimeras. Hello, getting a whole bunch of them here. This works out very nicely for dealing with these fights. Percentage that Ghasty uses poison, I believe 50%. Because like Zombie D has nothing. Red D and Frosty are 25% for Blizzard and Blaze. Blue D is 50% for Thunder. And I believe Ghasty is 50% for Poison. They make them strictly increasingly worse for the dragons as time goes on. There's a lot of monsters that I would say they they undersold in terms of their difficulty versus what you'd have in other games. Dragons and Final Fantasy, they actually did a really good job making all of them really, really nasty. Please don't petrify Cal. Good. Cal gets the experience. Cal's already really far behind, so I don't want to lose more out here. That is the Chimera poison, way less dangerous than the Ghastly poison is. And if you got poison or poison on the bingo card, you can check that square off twice. Hey there, Asia Owls, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful Wednesday here, and welcome back to our Final Fantasy No Fighting Challenge. We still have been successful at avoiding the fight command. Let's see if I want to use, I guess just a lit 2 there, trying to avoid burning through the rest of my good spells on these mages. We know that Chimeras and Chimeras are really close to dying. There's 2 out of 3. Alright. That cleaned those guys up, and do we take some more zombie Ds? I think we do. We got plenty of fire. That is an element I am not too worried about running out compared to my ice spells right now. Died in the 4th trial of Angrela. Angrela took me a while. That is a thing that you can cheese if you want to get spoiled on it, but doing it legitimately was super tough. I enjoyed it though. It was simultaneous, very frustrating as well as very satisfying when I finally did all those challenges. Just ground to 100 on metal slimes. I'm trying to remember what levels I was at. I know I was in like the 60s, I believe, when I finished the game for Dragon Quest XI. Like, you don't have to be like all the way to 1,000,000 to be able to finish it, but it's a pretty tough one to do relatively low level for like the true ending. The first couple endings, they're very easy. But the last stretch of the game, they throw just all kinds of nonsense at you. Forget about the bosses, just like the random encounters, and getting to the bosses is a whole bunch of work. Alright, let's do it. We're gonna try one more Ghastly fight here. I think it's worthwhile to do some Ghasties and Badmen. We got plenty of nukes and fades and ice 3s to get to use, and it's another pair. When am I ever gonna get my big pack of them? Well, I will hold off on the nukes then. You do not deserve it, Double Ghastly, even though you'll probably kill Cal. For level ups, we need 10,000 for level 30. That again seems like it went pretty fast in terms of progress through there, so that's really gratifying. Definitely feels like we are getting our experience faster here than we had in the other places that we tried. Oh, yes, that is a lot of bad men. So we're gonna go with fades and nukes. Get a round of those out and see how well we do. We need 2 to land. I could do this with 1 nuke and some cleanup damage, like some lit 2s and fire 2s, but that is risking a little bit to turn order. You gotta have all 9 of these things go before you get your nuke user to take a turn. Okay, I think 115 was the lowest, 90 is the lowest, so if we miss that bottom right one, I'll feel really bad. I'm gonna use an extra nuke in the process. Come on, bottom right. Give me a good roll. 1 good roll, bottom right. Ah! You're the worst. You are the worst, man. I thought we had found the worst men in the entire world, but no. Those were even worse. It's okay, at least I got 4.5 Agamas worth of experience out of that. A reasonable trade for some resources. This would be 3 Agamas here, so maybe we'll be a little bit more cautious. We'll toss out 1 nuke. Give him a lit 3. Save my big toys for some ghastly fights. Find out if that makes a difference or not. That's right there, the baddest men ever. There's Batman, Batterman, and then Baddest Man. That should be enough for our ghastly fights. Let's go. Ideally, we can take 2 here. We'll see if Cal is able to make it through those or not. Still have plenty of revivals on my white mage to do things. Actually, let me check something. Good. I need to save 1 revival on red mage as well, in case white mage goes down. Another double. This is getting crazy. We've had 1 triple and like 5 or 6 doubles on the Gasties. Missing out on all kinds of crazy experience as a result. Okay, another double poison there. Ah, Cal. You were so close, and yet so extremely dead. I guess you have to use another Ice 3. Unfortunately, this makes it a lot harder to deal with things, and lit 3 on Gasty. It's not an unreasonable matchup here. Hopefully the Ice 3 is enough. 1 and 2. Yeah, we got him. Alright, Cal missing out on another big chunk of experience there. That hurts. But it's okay, he's already pretty far back. Can you get the revive? Heal 2s, drop some cure 1s. Do we have any more healing? Cure 2s. Last cure 2. Alright, try again. Let's see if we get a better Ghastly fight this time. Oh yes. This is gonna be the big one. We are using the nukes. Busting these things out. $103 in the corner, that is not good. At least Cal has gotten his spell off. If he misses out on this XP, we are going to be in a lot of hurt for him. Okay, Ice 3, bottom left, do good damage. Yes, there we go. We can go bottom left, we get all 3 of them. That worked out very nicely there. Dan level 30, Bill level 30, and Cal, sorry. You still got some time. You've got 5,000 XP to go. Oh, we do have our 4th nuke at 30. I thought it was 31. That is nice. So maybe it's 30 and 33 for our 5th charge. So that could be better than I thought in terms of being able to get my my 5 charges that I was looking for. I mean, 4 is like bare absolute minimum. Even conceivable chance of doing it. Five is the much more reliable possibility for winning against the end. I think we can do a couple more fire-based fights here, so these are all good. All good monsters here coming up, it looks like. Excellent, nice big pack of these things. I'll use Lit 3 there. I want to save that last 5th tier spell charge on Red Mage so that we can revive White Mage if required. Dan has been known to die in sudden and unexpected fashions. Gotta make sure that we have an emergency backup in case that happens. Either out of the ability to have enough warps on the Black Mages to get out. Alright, and one final fight. One more. Hope Cal's got enough. 2154 is probably not enough. We need 2 more. Can we do 2 more battles without running out of hit points? This will be interesting for getting Cal's level up. Okay, you're out of those. Actually, you could just nuke. Make things way simpler on us. Gotta get this battle and then one more Frost Giant battle after this to get Cal his level. And then he'll have 4 nukes for the next time out, which will be great. I really hate being just barely short of a level up, because you only get spell charges when you get to a house or an inn to recover at. So kind of all for naught if you're just short of your requirements. And here we go, this will be it. 3, you've got another nuke. We're fine. We are fine, as long as we don't get frosted a whole bunch. And even then, Frost should only be doing like maybe 15-20 damage to a lot of people. Ice resistance just takes so much out of those Frost Wolves. Going from one of the worst encounters to pretty tame puppy dogs. Excellent, we made it. Everything is fine. Alright, level 30 on Cal, I think. Because we have our 12 charges, we should give it a try and see if we could beat Chaos here. It is definitely going to be really difficult. We are probably not going to succeed. But let's see what happens. In worst case, we lose a little bit of time to learn a whole bunch about how this adventure is going to go. So we're going to set the normal fight down, which is skipping basically 9 encounters after power on here. Gotta remember that I'm on the left side of the temple instead of the right. It'll confuse me every reset. Standing on the wrong side there. Nothing is ever fine with Dan around. That is a very true statement. Things are as best as we could hope for, under the circumstances. That is a better way of putting it. Alright, this will be our second spider battle. We got the big pack of monsters, the creep, and then we are set to go down. How does the stairs warp glitch work in this game? The basic idea is that the warp spell needs to know where to send you back to when you cast it. And if a map only has one entrance, it's kind of obvious where to send it. But if a map has two entrances, then it's not obvious. You need to actually record where you came from in order for warp to work. So what happens is there's two entrances into Canary Castle because you have the normal staircase as well as the teleport from the princess when you rescue her after defeating Garland. So the top floor of Canaria has two entrances, so it actually needs to record which of those you came into every time you go through the stairs. And there's only a limited space that the game has for storing that information, but they don't check to see if you're exceeding that space. They're just like, okay, we'll put more data on there, and eventually it'll overwrite some of the menu that has to do with how the menu system works. And so if you haven't opened up the menu prior to getting into that, then what'll happen is you will corrupt the menu system with the names of your characters, and after going up and down the staircases a bunch, you open up the menu, and it executes your character names as code, which you pick the right character names and it'll do very interesting things. And that's how you can change things in the game. And there's two setups that you have for the particular glitch to do the credits warp. The first one is to change your level to be ridiculously high. That way you can make chaos run away when you do the fight. And the second one is to change the ID of the NPC who's standing next to the stairs to be the ID of the final chaos battle. So basically every time you talk to Garland, it deletes his old character and puts a new NPC down. And that's how it does the walking backwards animation. So that's just a way to go right to the chaos fight, and then with your high level, there is a chance that chaos is going to run away every turn. It's not guaranteed, but it's a pretty good chance. And so if you know the state of the game coming in, you can guarantee that he's going to run when you get to that fight. That's the basic idea of how the glitch works. There's more complications because in the beginning of time, there is not all this knowledge known about things you could do with the staircases and with the character names, but instead, like, very small routines were found in the game's memory that you could invoke. And so it used to be like 6 or 7 of those setups in order to give you all the orbs and the airship and all that. But it got down smaller and smaller in terms of what you actually had to do to get to the end of the game. Also, I feel really bad about going in here, having taken that frosty blizzard to the face like we talked about. It still feels really terrible, but let's see if we have enough healing potions to get to the bottom. And there's a successful one at RPG Limit Break. That was actually before the GDQ run. That was the first public demonstration of it. That one went well. Heal helmet, and I guess some black shirts for damage. I could double heal helmet with Cal. This one we are not scumming for saving heal potions, but instead to save our spell charges. Which I guess I could do like Lit 2s and Fire 2s and Ice 2s. We're not going to need a ton of those. So I have to all the way scum it. Alright, heal staff, white shirt, heal helmet, and another black shirt. Like, on average, we probably come out ahead in terms of HP per round, but it's very unevenly distributed thanks to one person taking all of the worm bite And everybody else kind of capping out on HP after a while. Like Bill right now is at max. So the heal helmet's not helping him. Ooh, there's the crit. Hopefully we don't see too many more of those. But at least Bill needs more HP again. Now everybody's getting benefits of the heal staff. Okay, one more of those. We should be pretty close to being at perfect dodge with the white shirts. I think we need one more after this to be 100% perfect. Hey, Nobody 14, welcome in. No fight command. Everything has to be done with magic, items, drinking, or running. There's been a lot of drinking involved. Also a lot of magic. With Ace and Dan both capped out here, we're not getting enough return on our investment to worry about grinding all the way. I'm just going to go for trying to take these purple worms out. Also a lot of drinking in the Bard's Tale. Bard's Tale would be a series I'd love to do, like, casual game on stream for a while. It would take a long time to get through it, though. I played Bard's Tale so much when it came back on the Commodore 64. It's a great, great series for the first 3 games. I can't vouch for the newer Bard's Tales, but certainly the original 3 were nice. Extraordinarily brutal, but fun. My favorite story is Bard's Tale 1. You start off at the end of this street, and the inn, where you can save your game for the first time or buy stuff for your characters, is like, I don't know, like 7 or 8 stores down the street from where you start. And probably like 50% of the time that you begin the game, you don't successfully survive to get to the end. And you just restart over and create all your characters again. That is what Bard's Tale is all about. And yeah, for people that don't know, the Bard's Tale series, originally like IBM PC, Apple II, Commodore 64, 1, 2, and 3 got remastered. There's an NES Bard's Tale, which I think is not based on any of those. No idea where it came from. There is a modern, I think they just called it The Bard's Tale in the one that they did for PC, for the modern one first. And there's also a Bard's Tale 4, which is a much more action-driven game. So it's got a lot more of a first-person perspective to it. Alright, I'm doing this. I'm going to get the Black Mages petrified. We are not going to deal with Lich doing a quadruple nuke. Especially with the low chance of actually surviving that. But we will heal helmet, white shirt, and the classic defense sword there. Come on, Bill, take a glance. So NES Bard's Tale is based on Bard's Tale 1. It is very stripped down then, because I did not even recognize a lot of the settings for it. It's neat though if they use the source material for it. Think about replaying Bard's Tale 1? My favorite was always 3. And 3 had like the Chronomancer and the Code Wheel and a billion spells. But the downside is it had no shops. So it was kind of like the Xenosaga 2 of game design, in terms of like they're taking a really big gamble. and making it very different from how other games play, but Bard's Tale 3 actually paid off, whereas Xenosaga 2 was not recommended. There we go, Bill's down. Got our first petrification there. It's actually slightly harder to petrify the characters than normal because they're higher level than I would have in the speedrun. So their magic defense is blocking some of these glances. Come on, Glance-a-Cal, Glance-a-Cal! Glance-a-Cal harder! Harder! One's probably got the benefit of being the most compact by far of the Bard's Tale series, as well as I believe that the Berserker grind is there in the classic mode. Like, I think that they actually removed the Berserkers in the game by default, but there's a mode where you can turn on to make it more like the original, and it keeps them in there, and then like the second half of the game gets much easier to deal with. So those Berserkers, it is so hard to get enough levels to beat the game. But like, if you know where you're going in Bard's Tale 1, it's pretty darn fast. Like, a big chunk of that was exploration and finding the code words and figuring out like what walls you can pass wall through and teleport on. So having like that stuff like already known, or like auto mapping is big. Takes out a lot of the work for dealing with those. Alright, are we gonna get nuked super hard? Answer, almost certainly. But let's see what happens here in the Let's Fight. It is gonna be Lit 3. Did I give you the... I didn't give you the light axe. I guess you can Mage Staff then. You know what? Harm 2 is okay. I'm okay losing a couple of Cure 2s there. Now I wish I fade it. Only a 25% chance of not using a spell there in that first round. Okay, 322, 314. Ah, those hurt. Both very high rolls on those nukes. 1 to 400 is the range. And both being over 300 is pretty impressive for his rolls. Now we're at 300 damage in. Should be no problem getting up to 500 here. 350. 425. You can light axe here. I'm going to save your last Lit 3 for Kraken. Zap shouldn't work. He's got, like, I think XXXX left to go. And then, you don't even see it. Don't even get to see it. Hey there, Soundhound. Welcome in. Just in time for the Let's Yes. This is our exploratory trip through. I do not have super high confidence of success on this one, but we are doing our best to see how it goes at our current levels and our current nuke quantities. Okay, yeah, we're back in the right character order here. Oh. One more thing I need to do. Put that ribbon back on, otherwise Bill's gonna take extra damage from the Agama Breath. Agama Breath, known for its minty freshness, sometimes so intense that it will cause significant damage to your characters. Yeah, this is to see how close we are. And to see whether we've got some viable strategies in terms of being able to do carry without any nukes or fades. Because that was something that I'm not 100% certain it's going to work out on. And so I'd like to know what the probabilities are like. Hello, fires. So we're going to turtle up on this one. We're going to black shirt for damage. We'll get the heal helmet going. I'd like to save some heal potions if I can. We're running very low on heal potions thanks to a rough upstairs section. Ouch. Alright. Still doing okay. Everything's still fine. You can probably heal staff now. You're gonna white shirt, another black shirt, and another heal helmet. This will probably kill the fires when the black shirt goes off. We'll see how much I can squeeze out of healing before that happens. Alright, so at this point, do I want to stick up here? It's going to be more sea battles downstairs. I think I want to skip one. I'm going to skip one fight here, and then go downstairs. Because I don't have the trip off to grab the Pro Cape right now, which I normally do. And I still probably have one extra seal battle compared to normal, but we'll take this. So let's see, weapon-wise... Probably Thor up here. You're definitely going to need defense. You can take the heal staff. Actually, you don't need the heal staff. We're going to be offense on this one. Going to be offense. You guys have heal elements. Alright. I think I got a plan. Got a plan. Not necessarily a good plan, but it is a plan. Except for Bill's lack of fire defense. Alright, lit threes. My plan somewhat revolved around the fact that we could tank a lot of fire threes, but I remember that's not true on Bill. So let's see how it goes. I should have enough ice threes for Kraken. So I think I can avoid using them here. I could get a fire, that is true, but I do not have it. There's a lot of things that I wish I had that I do not have right now. Oh boy, Cal taking big damage there. Alright, that's fine. That's fine. About 100 damage around, that is perhaps a little bit less than I was hoping for, but we'll see what happens. Keep going. $33, it's going down in damage. This is not the right direction. Why does Carrie use physicals? This is vexing me. Alright, so you're gonna have to heal staff here for safety. One more white shirt. I really don't want to have two people die, because that's a cure 3 it cost me at the end. Does Carrie resist ice? Carrie resists fire, ice, and lightning. Slow would be really hard to hit. I imagine that if you landed it, it would be great. But rather than trying to hit it, I would just go with knocking out instant deaths if you were at that point. Oh, evidently Cal's got the one with the lack of ribbon, so fine. Cal getting hit there is perfect. That is exactly what I wanted to have happen. Everything's still going according to plan. I think we're done with white shirts here. We'll find out if that's true or not. We're probably done. We are probably done. Oops. It is Thor and Mage, and you're gonna just toss lit 2s. And yeah, we're gonna hang out here for a little bit. There's those crits, can't do much about those. Crits will go right through your evasion score. If only we had a couple extra nukes and fades. Life would be so much better right now. This is what we have to do with only 4 apiece. Oh, Ace! Why you gotta do this to me here? Why do you have to be like this, Ace? Okay, fine. Everything's fine. He had the hit point to spare. Alright, so... let's just drop plain old cures. I'm gonna leave Cal dead temporarily because we've got, coming down here, more problems, and Cal's not a very good person for running. Would Dan have lived with 1 hit point? Let's pretend like he would have. What is the harm in imagining a world where Dan is the winner? Like, it may not be a true world, but it makes him feel better. I don't know where the fight with the Gershark is going to be, but I do want to get that before going downstairs. Alright, I'm going to use one of your revivals, because you're less valuable for your spell charges. Let's get healed up and hopefully have a good Kraken fight here. This one is also going to be really, really dangerous, so let's cross our fingers. Defense. White shirt, you're going to start off with the Ice 3s. And hope that Kraken does ink or lit too. Preferably ink. Come on, ink. Come on, ink. Punching Dan. Punching Dan's not good. I mean, it's thematically appropriate, but it's not good. Take a lit too. With this, Ace can toss out lit Ice 3s as well to help out with this battle. This was a super slow fight with solo Black Mage, but way, way more doable. Thanks to multiple Ice 3s per round with a team like this. He's neutral versus Ice, so you're doing decent-ish damage. And that will not be true for either Tiamat or Chaos to come. It's Tiamat I'm really not looking forward to. That fight is going to be a thing. If I can do it with 2 nukes and a fade, maybe it'll be enough. There we go, Kraken's out. Alright. Let's get our Gershark here. We don't want to do sorcerers. We do not have the levels to pull off the sorcerer dodge. And also good news, not as much walking here on this floor thanks to our lack of Mazmune required. So that'll probably save us some work. Okay, air here, rock gall on the other side. Hopefully that's it and we don't get purple worm. I really do not want purple worm. Also really don't like these airs. But that's okay. It's okay. We'll just deal. Seven heal potions left. If we didn't use up like those 15 heals on the Frosties. Oh boy, would life be better. I'm gonna do 1 nuke each. Try to save as much as I can for chaos. Sorcerers were the same battles that Gershard Big Eye upstairs, so it would definitely be sorcerers if we kept going on there. This is the advantage and the disadvantage of doing counter manipulation. You know exactly what's coming. Guaranteed the sorcerers are right there. Alright, Bane, please don't hit Cal. Alright, made it through that. Nope, don't want to fight, that would be bad. On to the Lit 3s next. Whew, you're down to Fire 3. You still got some... That's right, because Cal died on Kraken. Or on Carry, so didn't use as many charges up. Alright, Ace is gonna have nothing for Chaos. So I guess is not a shock. I probably shouldn't have budgeted Ace having anything at these levels. Yeah, I can definitely say that I would rather have a white mage or a black mage than the red mage right now. Second white mage would be really good for the HP, although black mage would be much better for big pools of damage. Ooh, I don't want to use that Fire 3 up. You're down to Ice 2s now. You can Mage Staff. You've got Fire 3s. You've got, I think, a Lit 3 left? Yeah. I've actually lost track of where we are in this battle. Hopefully, it's over soon. We got 2 nukes at the start, and I don't think they rolled spectacularly well. But at least it was something non-elemental at the beginning to work with. And now we're just chipping away like 100, 150 around. Your last Fire 3. You got plenty though. And we still have to hope that we don't get a really nasty encounter after this. I know the rock gulls are coming. Okay, it's gonna kill Cal. Yep, Cal's out. There goes my Fire 3s. That hurts. You're down to Ice 2s. Bane at least does nothing. We save a little there. And our damage per round just went down. Whew. Okay. Now, I don't know if I've got enough healing to make this work out. Let me hold off on doing the healing on Ace here for a little bit. Good. First strike is really nice. Actually get a possible chance at some healing in here. And there could still be a purple worm, in which case we're boned. I really hope there's not a purple worm before the stairs. Come on, make it, make it, make it, make it. We made it. Okay. We made it to Chaos's floor. That is pretty good. Get you revived. Start dumping your Cure 2s out. You need to keep the Heal 2s and Heal 3s. So your Cure 2s are the next to go. Is that the best I can do? I probably want to have the Cure 3s at the start. Alright. Here we go. So you're like that. Red Mage's kind of a decoy here. Doesn't really have much left behind a handful of cure spells. And the question is, do we rush Chaos? Or do we wait for the Cure 4? And I think we have to rush. So, let's go. In the defense. Not even going to bother with the wall spell on Ace. I don't think it's worth it. $188. 357. Okay, big hit on Bill. That's good and bad at the same time. 457. Problem is, once these are gone, then we are pretty much dead in the water for damage. So we need some big rolls here. About 590. Let's call it 600. 700. Didn't get cracked. That's great. It's a great start by Chaos as well for turns. Very happy with that. 800 though, our damage is not good. Not good damage rolls here. It's our last chance to get some big nukes. 950. No, I don't think it's gonna happen. I think we're probably one set of nukes short. Ooh, there's a big one. It's about 1,400, 1,500. I'm just gonna fire 3. I need extra damage. I need this fade to go really well. You've got an ice 2 and a fire 3. There's Swirl. Alright, this is hurting a lot, but we're still going for it. Problem is, we need this heal 2 or heal 3 to go off right away. Let's see what happens. Or I just cure 4 somebody. What has he got coming up next? I think Cal is going to be tough to save here, so I'm going to cure 4 Bill. Just unfortunate because Cal's got the most spells left. There's the tornado. Alright. Well, not many people left at this point. Go for the heal 3 or another cure 4. So we do heal 2. It's probably my best choice overall. Ah, Bill's out. Gonna be about 300 short. But sadly, I do not think the mage staff is gonna get the job done. Dan is dead. Okay. Good information there. Good information. So we need to get one more round of nukes and fades, I think. And then we should be good. So that's like 3 levels to grind out. And yeah, if we had a better couple of rolls on those nukes, we'd have definitely been contenders. So I felt pretty good about that. On the other hand, that was Chaos being very friendly in terms of moves. So it may not go as smoothly on a return trip. We'll see how it looks. I think a lot of that's going to come down to having 4 nukes on both of the black mages after the Tiamat fight. So yeah, 3 more levels. We'll get 3 more levels here. Get our 5th nuke charge, and then we should be all ready to go to try again on that. Go for 2 more nuke charges. That's a lot of grinding, too many rapes. It's gonna be at least an hour to get our next charge. But I feel like this is a reasonable path down. So like right now we need, let's say 96,000 experience. We're getting probably about 2,000 a pop. Actually, that's only like 32 fights. Might be a little bit less than an hour, but around there for how long it's going to be. Alright, Durandex, have a good night. Thanks for dropping by, and pleasant dreams. Also, if we only get small battles like that on those zombie days, it'll take me more fights overall to get this done. This is the weird situation of fights being basically the same amount of time, no matter how many things show up. So you're hoping for really stacked packs of monsters, so you're spending less time on recovery and on animations. I think another dive would work. It was a lot of luck involved in that first one. I think if also we had more Ice 3s and Lit 3s left over from the Carry and Kraken fights, things would be a lot better. That's tough though, given what we saw in terms of available resources there. So I think getting a couple levels helps out in both of those fronts. If we have one more nuke, and we have probably at least one more Ice 3 and Lit 3 and Fire 3, then we're not down to just throwing like black shirts and Ice 2s at Chaos at the end. And even if we have a Chaos that goes hard on spells, if I have 4 nukes left, so we do 4 nukes, 4 nukes, 4 fades, that's a pretty good chance of damage racing them. Whereas having to dip down to like Ice 2s and that tier of things, it's going to be really tough to ever beat them out. Hey, Kingfisher Games. Putting the Dragon Quest 1 through 3 collection from Japan. Which version of the 1 through 3 collection are you talking about, Kingfisher? There's a lot of them now. Just so I give you the right info on that. Okay, the Switch bundle, yeah, it should be the mobile ports of 1 through 3. As far as I know, all of the regions for that bundle will be at least giving an English language option. So I don't think you have to do the import version anymore. I believe that there will be a US Switch release of Mobile 1, 2, 3, exact same games on there. I don't know if they'll let you do Japanese and Korean and Chinese text in the US release, but it's not going to be something that you have to do the rigmarole of having like a Southeast Asia account to get it to. Oh, you're doing it for the physical cartridge, okay. So here's what I don't know. So there's a couple different regions for the Switch. And the Southeast East Asia region, which is their generic region that covers a couple of different parts of the world, but like the Korea, China, outside of Japan stuff. That one is the one that has confirmed English text. I don't know if the Japanese one has been confirmed to have English text as well for the physical card. So just like a heads up warning on it to make certain that it definitely does have the language translations. But other than that, good luck. It sounds fun. Okay, it is the General Asia one, yeah. Whatever the Asia General one should be, confirmed to have everything localized then. Let's bang out some cures. Get some cures on you as well. Probably worth doing 1 heal 3 here. At some point it gets better to do cure 4s rather than heal 3s, but we have a ways to go. Especially for Black Mages before that point happens. Definitely Soundhound, Whistle Along. These are such catchy tunes that, even though you hear them repeatedly because there's not a lot of musical tracks in Final Fantasy, they've got one theme for each dungeon, one battle theme for the whole game. They made them good enough that you can survive through hearing all the repetition over many playthroughs. This is definitely impressive for the quality of composition that went into this. Okay, question is, do I want to try some Bad Men? And the answer, of course, no. But what I will do, get some Zombie Ds. And once I feel like we are getting to the point where we are using up all of our low-tier spell charges, then I will start going after Gasties and Bad Men upstairs, using all my nuke charges. I think they just moved all the beeping to the Genesis. The Genesis has just got, I won't say like a bad reputation, but most composers did not know how to use it well. And it comes across as super brassy and harsh if you try to like do like a Super Nintendo composition and play it for the Genesis instead. There's some good Genesis music, but it's for games that were made first for the Genesis and didn't just have like a port from other systems. Which is why it got like a really bad reputation from people that only dip their toes into a couple of them. Yeah, Sonic games and things are first party by Sega, generally because Sega's releasing it for their own platform, and they're not going to put it on other systems. They did a really good job, because they were able to take advantage of the FM synthesis and the extra sound channels in it. But a lot of developers, I'm not saying all of them, just a lot of developers did a really bad job with the Sega Genesis sound in general. Alright, level 31 there, so that was like 10 minutes for a level. Well, we still have some time to go on Cal. But a decent pace going through that. Let's see if we can get some Gasties up here to make it even faster. Our big stretch of Gasties and Bad Men. What will they do to us? Triple Gasty is our first offering. And of course it's a lot of poison, but that is to be expected. 210 the roll on Cal. That hurts. Cal be missing out some more experience after the end of this. Yep, see you later. Not even close. Alright, so that's still not working out super well for Cal. But everybody else is enjoying it. That's 31, 31, 31, and 30 that we're at currently. Guess you'll get a cure for that. You'll probably need it. And then 2 bad men fights here. That'll be a good use of my nukes. Oh, I just saw LGN pop up. The Rainbow of Doom. Maker of terrible, terrible, awful, rotten video games. It's true that there are some not terrible LGN games, but they are few and far between. But 3 or Ice 3? Let's do Ice 3. I'll take the extra damage there for higher chances of killing these things. Get really lucky, Ice 3 will kill them outright, but this is more of the softener, so I only use 1 nuke up. Good job, Ace. Wait until everybody's gone before using the defense sword. That is probably not the smart play, but it is the play that you did. LGN have their name on a genuinely good Spider-Man game. The Super Nintendo Spider-Man is an LGN game. And that's the one with the red cartridge. It's actually pretty good. As a beat-em-up, it's like okayish, but it's got some really cool secret elements to it. Like, legitimately, it's a good game. But it is the one exception to the LGN constant barrage of trash. Everything else they made is just garbage. I'm sorry, Sneaky, if you had Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, you had, I mean, it's not as bad as, like, the Three Stooges, but it's still a pretty sad video game. As a child, it must be devastating to get a present like that. Alright, back down here for a couple battles so we can avoid the Gasties. Pit Fighter was yours, Avon. I think my worst game that I had on the NES was The Hunt for Red October. Which, it's bad. Like, really, really not good. But it's not, like, completely broken and unplayable. Just mostly so. And I think there's supposed to be a Hunt for Red October on the Super Nintendo, which is much, much better. But I was so emotionally traumatized by the NES one that I could never play the Super Nintendo version. If you're admitting to liking The Hunt for Red October, alright. We're gonna have to, figure out where these mistaken ideals are coming from, 5-year. I mean, I'll admit, like, the first stage or two I actually enjoyed. But once you got to, like, the Under the Ice section, and beyond, it was terrible. Like, the giant football helmet boss. And knowing what the ending is like, because I never got to the end when I had the game. But knowing what the ending is like, where it turns into an action platformer defusing bombs, just like out of nowhere, after all these stages driving the sub around, that would have been like the end. I would not have been able to keep that cartridge in one piece. There you go, Cal level 31. First TMNT game. I actually did like the first TMNT game. I think that where it got frustrating for me was the Technodrome. Not inside the Technodrome, which is just brutally hard, but when you're going through the sewers or the airport to find the Technodrome. Because I didn't realize it was just a random chance what location to be at. So I was trying to draw maps about where the Technodrome was, and then finding out that it was not there, so I thought my maps were wrong. And it's just like, there's a bunch of different spots that it could be at, and you're supposed to check them all, but it's not at all clear in the game that that's what's going on. That and like the one jump with, like right before you get the ropes. I think those were the two things that drew me up the wall, but at least I could tolerate those. There was a lot of fun that I had with TMNT 1. Alright, let's get some more Batman here. We got plenty of nukes left. Don't want to waste these things. So I should probably take more early fights. Oh boy, that is a lot of bad men. Very bad men coming in. I don't know if that white shirt's gonna make a difference. We're gonna double nuke them though. Double nukes for safety. The back-to-back. Okay, that worked out well. 4.5 Agamas worth of bad men there. Pretty decent conversion. And do I risk the Gasties, knowing how awful they are? Probably shouldn't. I probably shouldn't. I don't want Cal to get even more behind. It'd be very problematic for my nuking plans if we have 554, because that's really close to not being enough damage on cast at the end. Ooh, Marble Madness. Marble Madness is super fun. I actually didn't have the NES when I had the Commodore 64 Marble Madness, so that was the version that I knew. But it is, for a short game, really interesting for like all the different gameplay mechanics that they throw at you in a hurry. Like every level you're learning all kinds of new stuff for like different enemies. And the difficulty curve ramps up really nicely. Hey, the Dudrino. We tried the Chaos YOLO strategy once. We were very close. We were like 200 damage away from killing him. But now I'm getting a couple more levels to make it less likely to end in tears again. So you can do whatever you want. I guess toss an Ice 2 out. You can Mage. So you could Fade. So that we can save our nukes. And you two lit 2. There we go. Hey, Burko. Cheering for Dan all the way. That is the right attitude. Dan has done amazing things, usually for the other team. But one day, I'm sure that he will do something amazing for us. Alright, pretty close. Both Batmen should go down here. 1 and 2. Excellent. Great use of the Batman. Another great chunk of experience. So back downstairs to avoid the Gasties, and then a whole bunch of Batmen in the row. Either of them were zombies each time. I think we want to start off with the Batman until we run out of resources. Which is starting to get very close. You doing lit 3s? You got fire 3s left to go. Alright, those both look good. Now we get more Batman action. See, do I need to heal up? I probably should. I don't have a lot in the way of healing, just dump them all. Dump them all and let Dan sort it out. Oh yes. There's a lot of Batman here. You have Ice 3, that's at least some AoE. You can Mage Staff. We're gonna double nuke for safety. Should probably just Fade nuke for extra safety, but I can use that Fade charge as a life too, if something goes really badly. Oh yeah, Gauntlet is super fun. That's another game that's like deceptively easy to get started. And deceptively hard to finish. Especially Gauntlet for the NES, where you have to have the vault password at the end. Or else you just instantly lose. Speaking of things that are not explained over the course of a game. Alright, this feels bad. Feels a little bit bad, man, for that last nuke, but we did get a lot of XP for that. And we have one more Batman fight to go, I think. First RPG was Quest 64. Well, at least you picked a winner. You picked a good one to die on. I believe we're up to our Frost Giant. Hopefully I'm not missing out on a Batman here. Frost Giant and a couple of Chimeras, which we can use our ice spells on. We have, I believe, enough Ice 3s to get through those. Oh wait, Zombies? We missed a Batman. It's okay, we're probably fine. Okay, you're gonna lit 3, you're gonna lit 3? If I don't have a revival spell left unaced, then I have to hold a warp spell on one of the black mages to make up for it. If I make it through every bubble level, I think it's ridiculous getting through it, even though you can just retry as many times as you want in Bubble Bobble. Like, after a couple hours, that game, and probably like the Lolo games, like, they seem like they're just so peaceful and easy to get into, and then nope. You bang your head on a wall for a really, really long time, trying to do like individual levels. Ah, Gilmark 2. The beautiful legendary Hydlide. Long may it shine. Hopefully from a distance. I'm happy to have done my virtual Hydlide. I feel like my contribution to the series is on the record. And I have played regular NES Hydlide, or Famicom Hydlide actually, doing speedruns of that, so I can fully claim that I am done with all of my Hydlide responsibilities for life. You can ask no more Hydlide of me. Level 32. Oh, we're so close to level up. Dan level 32. Bill doesn't get it though. Bill should be right on the cusp. 721 away. Alright, we're gonna risk it. We're gonna see if we can get one more Chimera fight. Actually, let's see if we can get Mage Fire. A battle we have not tried up to this point. Of course, the best time to do it is when you have very low resources. Just to prove it's worthwhile. Okay, wall doesn't actually work. Rub's not going to do anything. So that seems reasonable here. Put our Ice 3, let's do the Fade. Ice 3, Nuke, it's going to be super overkill. Man, how much XP do we get for that? It's about an average one of those. 1400? Probably on the low side compared to Chimera. So I think we've been doing the right thing, which is not taking those battles. And there we go. Alright, level 32-ish. Getting close. Although it doesn't feel like we should be getting an 8th tier spell next. It might actually be 34 for our next 8th tier. But if it is, not a big deal. Our pace here is pretty good for leveling. And that's basically 15 minutes a level, which is faster than I thought it would be. I was guessing it'd be more like 20, 25. We'll be stocking up on steel armor and cat claws. This time we actually don't have any space for such baubles. Our armor section is completely full, and they're fresh out of cat claws. I checked at the market. No cat claws this week. Yes, the bag of holding is full. It is all full. Alright, so this time I think I will do early bad men. Get those things out of the way so I've got all my nukes used up and I don't have to come up to the 3rd floor at all. Even if it means missing out on some nice zombie Ds. And in exchange, we will not be doing any fights with gas Ds, because those have not been going well in comparison. Cassie is just unfortunate for poor Cal. Doesn't quite have the legs to make it through all the poison. You would think the Melmont trips would have toughened him up, but Ace, Bill, and Dan, the only ones that can survive it. Alright, 6 more. I think it's worth using a nice 2-up. Just to make certain that we have a guaranteed kill on all of them in one round. The only 6 I'm not as worried about getting the double nuke off. I should probably be worried about it, but I am not. Spent hours rolling characters in Wizardry. That used to be like a thing in every RPG. Just random character stats where you would re-roll and re-roll and re-roll, and sometimes let you save one if it was really nice, but often it was just like, alright, this is a good character. But is it good enough? Nope. Gonna try again. And you can spend more time rolling your character than you did playing the game. I very much enjoy systems these days which allows you to basically pick out your starting stats. Like the transition from like 2nd edition Dungeons & Dragons to 3rd edition. That was the one that kind of sparked it for like, alright, let's get rid of the random dice rolls at the beginning. Where it used to be like super common. Dragon E-Tap. Well, the good news is that even if you don't know what the stats do, it probably doesn't matter because they're almost certainly not working. It'd be more of a concern if the stats did something. Just 2 of them. It's probably okay. We'll take a little bit of a break from our Chimera Gem era. Every once in a while they can have an off night. But don't do it again. Alright, there's level 32 for Cal. Everybody's got 32 now, which means the rest of the team is like halfway to 33. Haven't heard Thaco in 5 years. We definitely need to do some Baldur's Gate speedruns then. Baldur's Gate actually has some really cool speedrunning technology because the BioWare engine that they use for all of those, like the Baldur's Gate series, Icewind Dale, all of that like isometric 2D style, it is so busted. It is ridiculous how much crazy stuff goes on in that. Yeah, the Infinity engine. Like, even playing it casually, it's pretty broken. When you start speedrunning it gets crazy. Especially Baldur's Gate 1, there's a whole bunch of weirdness with the chapter mechanics. You can trigger the chapter to advance multiple times without moving anywhere. It's like, oh, it's suddenly chapter 8 now. Have I tried Baldur's Gate Enhanced Edition? Yes. I do recommend the Enhanced Edition ones because the originals are kind of painful to get running at this point. Especially if you had like the CD version, and there's like a million patches you have to install and all kinds of these little zip files to drop into different places to fix bugs and change items around, and it's all like kind of fixed in the Enhanced Edition. So like, if you want to get into it, Baldur's Gate, Neverwinter Nights, all of that, get the Enhanced Edition. It's like 15-20 bucks for them. Well worth it. I believe I can grab a Batman here. If I can't grab a Batman, I will have a lot of sadness. Because it'll probably be something like Gasti instead. Which, as we've established, is very hazardous to our health. There we go. Alright, so yeah, we'll keep tossing Ice 2s. It's been very successful. We'll keep tossing the nukes, and you can keep using Ice 2s because you got Black Shirt. Never gonna run out of those things. Yeah, the character import in 2 was kind of dodgy. So they fixed up a bunch of stuff. I think they did that in like the Neverwinter Nights one as well, where you're supposed to import your character between the 3 parts of it. There's like the original Neverwinter Nights, and then Shadows of Undertide, and then Port of the Underdark. That's the last one. And the last one was really amazing. The first and third one were very good. The second one was just kind of glue in the middle. But that was one that you could get super deep into, because they went just nuts with the amount of extensibility that you would have for growing your characters. Well, although I plan to try Chaos again, so I need to get another nuke charge or fade charge on Bill Callandan, which I think is not this level, but the next one, judging by the pattern of progression that we've seen. I was thinking it was 33, but it's looking more like 34, because I haven't had another 7th tier charge yet. And just one more nuke, I think, is going to be the tipping point that puts us over the top. Because we were so close last time. Oh, really? There's no... Whether they're going to do Enhanced Edition for Icewind Dale 2? That's kind of a shame. I feel like the Icewind Dale series never got a lot of love, because it was up against some pretty stiff competition from the contemporary games that they were putting out at the time. But still, it was like a really cool setting. I enjoyed Icewind Dale 1 quite a lot. But I guess I never did play through Icewind Dale 2. I probably have it somewhere. Alright, how are we doing on this level up? It is about 9,000 away, so 5 more battles. And I'll confirm that we need another level to go after that. But at least be my expected additional level required. I see a fixed Planescape Torment. Didn't they do a Planescape Torment Enhanced Edition? I could have sworn that was one of the ones that was on the list that I saw. Princess Silver Sword was 8,000 instead of 4,000. Is Silver Precision? Yes. The Silver Sword is just ridiculously good. Can't say no to that thing. Oh, so they did it, but it's still kind of clunky afterward. That's unfortunate. Because most of the Enhanced Edition games have been pretty good up to this point. And Planescape Torment, it is a very different engine overall, so I guess they just didn't have the same mojo working with it. as they did with the main series games. Because Plains Game Torment always, to me at least a little bit, felt like a Shadowrun game. Just in the way that the story was so dominant over the action in the campaign, and also the extreme frequency at which you would die with so little consequences. Direct little rhythm in the DOS box. The problem I have with running those games at this point is that the resolution is so low and the text is so bad. Like, when it scales up to modern monitors, it is very, very hard to read and use the menuing systems. And that's like the best thing about the Enhanced Edition, is just like, alright, 1080p. It's there, it scales all the text up, all the controls are scaled up. And so you don't have to struggle with it. Like, playing DOSBox in windowed mode, or even kind of doing the stretched interpolation, it always looks just really bad. Alright, Ace there, 33, first of my 33 crew. I think this is going to be a level 7 spell, and it's the next one that's going to be level 8. So probably one more round after this. But we're getting close. Ace is getting the level up now. We're like 40,000 experience away from being at level 34 for Cal. To somewhere between like 20 and 30 battles. Call it 25. Certainly doable. Hello, Chimeras. Alright, so at this point we're down to those Ice 3s, which is not a problem. We got plenty. At some point, Ace is going to be the weak link in terms of damage output. So I need to make sure I get good fights that use up all my nukes by then. This could actually be tough here. There's not many bad men coming up at all. Got one more bad man fight. I really don't want to do the Gasties. Mage Fighter, we found out, was not really worth it. If there was 2 fighters, like there is in Sky Castle, I think that formation would be decent. But only one fighter makes it tough. Alright, Dan and Bill getting their level ups. Let's see. Do we have the nuke fade charge there? Oh, we do. Alright, level 33 is going to be it. We get our 5th charge here. So, level 33 was where it happens, so we can cut off our grind as soon as Cal gets the level up. And we're going to go give Chaos another try. At this point, just plow through all the healing. Do not have many more battles left to go here. One more Badman fight if we need it, and then more Frost Giants, it looks like, after that. And more Slimes. By that point, we should be definitely done. I feel like Cal is not that far behind, even though he's been dead several times at key moments. He's just been resting up to store his energy for one gigantic outburst at Chaos. He actually wasn't too far behind earlier, and then like 6 Gasties worth of experience went through his fingers. That's where it really got out of hand for it. Alright, Ice 3, you're gonna use a nuke. This should definitely be at 4.5 Agama's worth of bad men here. A fine way to get Cal up to level 33 and our 15th total Fade/Nuke charge. Now the question is, with that extra 15th charge, is it worth it walling Ace or not? Because certainly having those Cure 3s on Ace was nice during the Chaos fight. Being able to dump those on people without having to take turns off of Dan. We're short. It's okay. Got our backup experience here. Our backup dogs. Really, Cal? Did I just miss your level up? Nope. 2549 left to go. That is ridiculous. I knew I shouldn't have trusted him to go off and do all of that farming by himself. He must have lost all the experience on the way home. But soon he will have it. We got the slime here, we got Badman next, and then we should be good to go. $19.26, so 650 left to finish. Get you all healed up. Do our final Badman fight. And let's try Chaos once more after this level up is done. Oh yes, all the bad men. Some men are pretty bad. Some men are the worst. These are batterer men. They're not the batterist, but they're close. With that, level 33 on Cal. That is our setup here for the trip through time once more. I'm going to take a really brief break while I get some more water. Give me a second here to get things restocked before I go into the final pitch down, but we are at the end game here. So once again, back in, let's say 1.5 minutes. We'll keep this super short. Stay tuned. There we go. All right. Got my water replacement. Let's go ahead. Make sure everything is set up here. Take one more save. All of our spell charges are in place. Reset to the beginning here for our trip into Temple of Fiends. And as per usual, 9 battles off the start. That gets rid of a whole bunch of Ghastly fights and things that we saw when we were doing our leveling there. No, yeah, fair here. I do leave the timer running. Whenever you're doing speedruns. Breaks count. That's why you gotta get things planned out for when you're gonna do, like, bathroom trips, grabbing snacks and things in long RPGs. Can be interesting sometimes figuring out appropriate times to do those. Oh, yes, it was shorter than a minute and a half. I said a minute and a half, but I queued up a 1 minute long song, so I know I was back pretty fast. Alright. Almost here. We got our creep fight coming up. And now, for the main event, to the left, to the right. One step back for luck and our final appearance of zombies, hopefully, for the evening here. It is time to go into the Temple of Fiends once more. If this back gets out of the way, there he goes. Now we're good. Less blizzards than last time. Still not the best start. You're ideally hoping to get through all of this stretch without taking any damage whatsoever. Good, low quantities of bad men is what we want to see. The question is, could we do Phantom with Fire 2s instead of Fire 3s? And does it make a real difference? I guess I can at least try saving a couple of those. Turned out at the end, even Fire 3s would have been nice to have on Chaos over those Ice 2s. It probably wouldn't have been enough. We were still like 250 damage short, but it would have really narrowed that gap down even higher. So you got a light axe, that's probably the better choice now. Mage staff, you are going to Fire 2s. Phantom's only a little scary, that's true. Only a little scary compared to most of the other things that are in here. Alright, Purple Worm battle coming up here next. Let's get some healing in first. I didn't get a lot of healing during the Purple Worm battle last time, and I don't expect that to change here. Alright, so we have Defense Sword, Heal Staff, Mage Staff, Thor. Thor's on the same person that's got the black shirt, which doesn't make any sense, so that's what we should do. So now we can Thor and black shirt here. That seems better. Alright, so defense. White shirt, Thor, and black shirt. Yeah, only having one Purple Worm's better as well. I mean, the experience is pretty irrelevant, so you're not trying to get large packs of monsters on the way down. Alright, ice. Don't need a ton of damage here. You can Mage Staff, Thor, and Black Shirt. Alright, there goes Purple Worm. One of our, well, our only unrunnable outside of the bosses that we have to deal with here. So that's nice getting done. On to the Lich's floor next. Our mud gulls making their only appearance here. Mud and rock gulls, I guess, a mix. Ooh, mostly rock. Okay, see you later. Set up for our Gurmedusas. I'm gonna get both of the black mages petrified again. That seemed to work out pretty well. Means your ribbon comes off. And for weapons, you probably need to get the Thor hammer temporarily. Actually, no, don't even need to kill them. This will be fine. It'll be fine. The reason I put a kill of the Gurmedusas into the speed runs is because the back two character slots have a pretty bad chance of running away. But this is an interesting situation. This many Gurmedusas, I want to thin the pack out a little bit. I'm worried about getting everybody paralyzed at the end, and unfortunately Thor could kill them. Or Thor could just not kill any of them, and now we can't do that again. Excellent. This will be fun. Alright, I guess just heal up, and white shirt, and defense. And hope that Ace and Dan don't get paralyzed. Come on, glance Bill and Cal. You know you want to. There's another Gurmedusa fight that you could do, but it's not really something that I plan for because it does shift encounters around a little bit. And so I'd be hesitant to do it now that I know that we have the steps worked out for everything on the trip down to Tiamat and Chaos's floor. Alright, Ace is 100% safe from Medusa attacks other than crits. We got one more white shirt for you. You can ribbon just to waste turns. Gotta wait for Bill to go down. At least a higher chance of getting targeted now. There we go. Alright, so you're done. Thor goes off fine. Should kill them all. It's my backup for Dan not successfully running. Thor will kill most of them. Thor will kill some of them. The Thor hammer has been somewhat lacking in terms of its qualities in that fight, but we finished it. The fight is over. And that's good enough. See if we get less damage on the nuke this time. So we did, I think something like this. You can double light axe for the harm 2s. I don't want to be double nuked here, but let's see what happens. Try to save as many spells as possible, so light axe, light axe. How much damage are we doing around? 127, he didn't nuke us there, which is great. There's Nuke 390! Oh, this is not good. This has suddenly gotten very uncomfortable for Ace here. Gonna have to drop a Cure 2 to be safer. If he does a physical attack, we could be in a lot of trouble. And unfortunately, that cost me one of those turns that I got back. Yep, good thing that that Cure 2 went off. But at least now we have another round that we have saved in terms of time. So he should not be able to get to Nuke at this pace for the second time through. So I think we're fine. We're going to get his 500 hit points down. We're not going to use any of Ace's big spells on it. It's a lot of damage, yep. But complete. Put your ribbon back on, soften Bill up. Just more chances to run and also more people to kill the fire elementals. There we go, we have 2 unrunnables. I forgot about Fire Elemental and Purple Worm. Never think about those guys down here because they're actually not that bad of a fight. Okay, do I want to go out on the Ice 2s? I think we can make this work. So I'm gonna soften you up now. Rather than trying to go defense, I'm just gonna go offense on these things. So we have Ice 2. I guess white shirt for safety, Ice 2 and Ice 2. This will be our next challenge, no running. Well, that would definitely be a challenge. It does take a lot longer to beat the game when you're doing all the encounters. It's basically though doing a casual playthrough for the most part. All bonus doors. Maybe that'll be a good one. Hey, Nick Lakapata. Welcome in. We'll get every single bonus door in the game if I can do it. All thieves, no running. Alright, it's getting worse. These suggestions are going downhill rapidly. Alright, there's our Agama Ace. Now the question is, do I sacrifice Cal to the Fire 3s? Or do I try to keep him alive as much as I can? I think I'm going to sacrifice. It worked out really well having Carrie go after him. So that helps Stan be a little bit safer here. So we're going to go defense. Yeah, we'll do lit 3s. This did burn a lot of our big spells here, but there's no real better way of doing carry, unfortunately. And I'd rather do lit 3s on carry than on chaos. All black belts, low-level class change. It'd be an interesting concept going with as much low-level class change as possible, but really just means that you are going to punch people really, really hard and then take a little bit of magic damage until you have ribbons. And then with ribbons, it's no big deal. Now, if it was low-level class change, no ribbons on black belts, then you have a little bit of a scarier time doing a lot of the monsters that had spells or skills. No duplicate equipment. That would be interesting. Depends on what your character class are like, though. Certainly, you've got a lot of diversity in your equipment late game, in the typical case. If you have very different character types between people, because obviously Knight's gonna have completely different gear than a black belt will or a red mage will. If you had like a bunch of mages and no duplicates, or what it would be like in the early game with it, I had to think about it, but that is either really trivial, or there's going to be something that has a whole bunch of shenanigans to it. And I don't know which is going to be the way it plays out. These slots are duplicates. Gotta fill everything with unique items. Despite there only being 4 things to buy at the start. Alright, how much more health do you have, Carrie? There we go. Carrie is done. That was a lot of lit 3s, though. I don't know if we did a good thing there or not, but it's over. Next big question is, will Kraken cooperate? He was pretty nice last time, which probably means he's going to be really, really horrible this time. Also, good job, Bill, failing to run. Taking lots of extra damage as a result. I'm sure we didn't need these heal potions anyway. Only slowing us down with their extra weight. Less lobsters. Lobsters do way more damage than the trolls or the sea snakes do. And I can do the burn off after Kraken for getting the Gershark battle. Alright. Let's take a deep cleansing breath and do this. It is Kraken time. So we need a defense, a white shirt, and start rolling out the ice 3s. Need about 9 of these to kill him. Start popping your ice 3s as well. I'm not trusting Ace to have really anything at the chaos fight at the end, because he could die very quickly to crack. Especially if we don't end up walling him. I'm so tempted though. Fade doesn't do much damage. It could do 320, but it probably does like 83 instead. And wouldn't I rather have that wall up than 83 damage? It's a close one. It's very, very close on that. That purring protects and crack? Sadly, no. Nothing protects Dan, first of all. And second, crack is earth-based instant death. So you don't have any resistance to that other than a rub and a ribbon. Good. Alright, that's fine. Everything's fine. There goes Kraken 2. Get Dan healed back up again. Zip into this. So this would be the sorcerers downstairs, still not willing to trust the sorcerer battle. At level 50, the sorcerers were not a problem. At level 33, I think the sorcerers would be really mean. Arab gives Earth Res. Yeah, it's a little known side effect of it. It's more than just death resistance. And so I think it's like one of those neat things to know about. Although I'm not sure how much it influences things. And let's go. We're going to do one nuke each. We want to see big rolls here so that we have less of a problem of finishing Tiamat off here. 159, that's not a big roll. That is going to hurt Cal quite badly. Come on, big nuke. We're at 283. We have so far to go here. So far to go. And I don't think I want to use another one. So let's see what happens. 353. 403. I guess it's better to have big nukes on Chaos than on Tiamat. 455. Come on, don't bang Cal, don't bang Cal, don't bang Cal. Bane Cal. That slows things down again. I might have to use a fade, which I'm very reluctant to do, but I don't want anyone else to die in this fight. Tiamat's going heavy on the skills. We're at 507. $5.59. I guess one more white shirt will be definitely certain at that point. $5.97. Out of 1,100, mind you, that's what we need to get up to. All right. 645, maybe 644, somewhere around there. At this point, thinking hard. Do I use a fade? And I'm gonna go ahead fade, and then not use a wall at the start of Chaos. And the trade-off here is that if you lose Aces, Cure 3s, it's unfortunate, but you're doing more damage on Chaos at the start. So you got that going for you. Yeah, Ice 2s here. You really have nothing, right? You could Cure 2. Your Fire 3s are free, so we can keep going Fire 3s on Bill for a bit. Making it very dodgy on Chaos now. We've gotten a good nuke roll, but we still have chances. We still have more chances for good nuke rolls on Chaos. That'll be where it really makes a big difference if it happens. Two, another Cure 2. You've got 2 more Fire 3s left to go, so about 100 damage before we are getting down to more desperation time. There we go. No saving challenge. I have done single segment playthroughs of Final Fantasy. That is something that I have done on many an occasion. And we'll be doing more of those in the near future as we get into Fantasy Final Fantasy Season 4. Nice, Andrina, Chapter 4. You're up to the dancing chapter. Capitalism is complete. Now it is time for us to dance. Perfect amount of heal potions to get everybody up to full. Putting ribbon here on Cal now. Good luck, Ace. Try not to die to the crack too quickly. Why is Cal pulling a Dan? Well, Cal drew the short end of the straw here today. It's gonna go for a defense. Start those fades and nukes up. Come on, big rolls on these nukes. Also, no Cure 4. That'd be kind of bad. Good, didn't get cracked. First round went really good. 136. Bad roll. 226. Bad roll. 370. All bad rolls. Gotta get 2 good rolls, I think. I think 549 now. Hey, getting for you Chaos attempt number 2. Need a good roll here on one of these nukes. 665. There's a good roll on the fade at least. We're about 970. I'm happy about that. Let's try and keep you alive a little bit longer so you can do more Cure 3s in the future. I don't think anybody else needs the Cure 3 quite yet here. Now they will. Now we'll start spreading them out. Probably starting with the Black Mages. 182. Alright, we're on pace. We have a chance to finish this if we get one more good roll. But last fade, last nuke, and really the very last nuke here. Let's see what we're at after this. Chaos is nowhere close to Cure 4, which is, Chaos is close to Cure 4 now. He's 1 away from Cure 4. We need to finish him now. We need to finish him right now. Bill, will your nuke be enough? Last turn of the round is... terminate it. 10 hours. 26 minutes and 5 seconds. Chaos has gone down without a single punch being thrown. Our Final Fantasy No Fighting Challenge is complete here. That feels pretty good.